Chapter 569. The heavenly vine had lush leaves and was dark gold in color as it absorbed the starlight. The spiritual battlefield was like an island floating at the top of the heavenly vine. Nearby, the leaves were flipping and the wisteria was winding about. It was quite bizarre. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. The deity saint's palm was almost torn off and fresh blood gushed out as he shot over at lightning speed. Luo Hong looked as though he had seen a ghost. Chu Feng, who was being suppressed and unable to circulate his energy smoothly, had actually begun to counterattack and make him suffer a great loss. This wasn't Chu Feng's first attack, but several in succession. Cracks appeared on Luo Hong's shoulders, forearms, palms, and one of his legs. He had suffered a heavy blow. What situation was this? Whether it was Luo Hong or the saints watching the battle, they were all astonished because the reversal was too fast. Mu Qinghan, in particular, had the most unsightly expression. Just now, she was still saying that Yao Yao had poor eyesight and that the person she had chosen was about to die. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had begun to counterattack. Deity descends. Luo Hong shouted. The golden light on his body became even more resplendent, and his terrifying energy burst forth to suppress the spiritual space. Rumble. Golden light gushed out of his pores, and lightning flickered between his mouth and nose. He was circulating the deity ultimate breathing technique, and the energy he inhaled and exhaled was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, every movement of his possessed destructive power. With a pung sound, there were still many meteorites floating outside the island. They were even larger than mountains, and they were also formed from spiritual energy. They were similar to meteorites in the real world, but now, as he brandished his fists, they exploded into pieces. Chu Feng let out a muffled groan as the light around his body dimmed once again. His energy was suppressed, and he fell back, wounded and bleeding from his fist. But he didn't care. On the contrary, he was delighted because he was close to success. He had traced back to the source and was gradually grasping the profundities of the demon flood dragon fist. Even though he hadn't completely grasped it, it was developing in a good direction. Boom! As expected, after being violently suppressed once again, Chu Feng's fist glowed once more. That kind of profundity was effective once again. It broke through the obstruction and tore open a terrifying wound in Luo Hong's palm. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Luo Hong cried out strangely. This was too odd. In his eyes, Chu Feng was fluctuating between strong and weak, making him feel danger. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng brandished his fists. From time to time, fist light would fly out and strike the meteorites outside the island. The scene was terrifying. It was a golden vortex that spun rapidly, turning material objects into cosmic dust. Yes, that's it. Chu Feng became more and more delighted. He circulated the robbery induction breathing technique and continuously refined this profound meaning. He wanted to reveal the most essential thing and grasp it in his own hands. It was like a spiral force, but it was much more complicated than that. The destructive power it formed was horrifying. Usually, someone had done experiments. He used a piece of paper to replace the grinding wheel and let it spin quickly. It could easily cut through flesh and even wood. Needless to say, when the electric drill rotated, it only needed a small amount of force to penetrate cement and metal plates. The bullet head was engraved with a cross. When it was shot out, it would spin. Once it entered the human body, it would be disastrous. It would directly crush all the internal organs in the human body. Its destructive power was terrifying, and it was more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary bullet. In the past, Chu Feng's greatest understanding of the demon flood dragon fist was that its strangulation and tearing power was astonishing. Now, he was using the robbery induction breathing technique to extract its origin. What he obtained was a form of energy blossoming. It was thousands of times more complicated than the spiral, and its destructive power was terrifying. In a world of ordinary people, the power of a piece of paper or a bullet when it spun was at its peak, let alone in the world of evolvers. Now, this kind of profundity was thousands of times more complicated than the spiral. The way this kind of energy circulated possessed terrifying destructive power. Chu Feng became increasingly calm. Under the suppression of the deity race's saint, his gains were increasing. Even though he was covered in blood and the corner of his mouth was scarlet, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He was full of vigor. Of course, the so-called bloodstains were formed from spiritual power and represented the extent of his injuries. Boom! In the end, Chu Feng grasped and refined it successfully, obtaining the demon flood dragon fist's origin profundity. For a moment, when he brandished his fist, it was as though there was a golden spiral vortex that suddenly pierced through, causing the deity race's saint to let out a muffled groan. The people were overwhelmed with shock. Luo Hong's entire forearm was badly mangled, and his bones were ghastly white. He had almost been twisted off and torn off. This scene was too terrifying. It was obvious that the odds of victory were already tipping in Chu Feng's direction. What kind of fist technique is this? It can withstand the deity race's supreme art? Many people in the starry sky asked in astonishment. Deity's descent, this kind of supreme inheritance, could suppress enemies in all directions. It could suppress other evolvers into mortals and reign supreme. But now, this kind of fist technique could actually contend against it. For a moment, the people were amazed by Chu Feng. They were moved to see that the wondrous technique he was using seemed to have been comprehended in a great battle. What kind of person was terrifying? Without a doubt, evolvers who used battle to nurture battle and constantly comprehended through life and death battles were exceptionally terrifying. I have the resonance technique, so I'll name you the spiral technique. Chu Feng's naming was so simple that it was a complete mess. If other evolvers were to know of it, they would certainly be speechless. Which of the other races' heavenly arts and secret techniques wasn't awe-inspiring and tyrannical names? In fact, this secret technique was 1,000 times more complicated than the spiral technique. In the field of evolution, it was incomparably profound. Its main purpose was to destroy, and its destructive power was world-shaking. Luo Hong, it's time to kill you now. Chu Feng had been enduring patiently for a long time. He had the robbery induction breathing technique, which could contend against the deity breathing technique. He had never been at the end of his rope, but he was only refining the demon flood dragon fist's art of invincibility under pressure. Chu Feng, you're insolent because of success. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can kill me just because you've comprehended a technique? Luo Hong was very callous. As a member of the deity race, he was naturally arrogant. He always had a sense of superiority, especially when facing the beings on this planet that had been exterminated by his race. However, Chu Feng spoke with facts. His fist glowed, and the golden spiral rushed out like lightning, tearing his arm apart. With a puff, one of Luo Hong's forearms fell off, and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, the main character, Luo Hong, was even paler. The deity light outside his body couldn't be blocked, and this caused him to suffer a great loss. Kill! Chu Feng's black hair danced in the wind. His pupils shot out cold lightning as he charged forward for the kill. People were shocked to see that a golden vortex would sometimes appear on his fist, and at other times it would be an extremely thin beam of light rotating at high speed. The tearing power and penetrating power were simply terrifying and shocking. One had to know that his opponent was a saint with rich experience in fighting enemies. After a long period of time, he had already revised the shackled, carefree, and visualization realms to the most perfect and flawless state. But now, he was actually at a disadvantage and suffering a great loss. Swoosh! 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 Chu Feng's fist emitted a golden beam of light, rotating at high speed. It was invincible. Outside the island, those huge meteorites, some of which could be called small planets, were either turned into fine powder by the golden vortex or twisted into a rain of light by the rotating beam of light. They almost completely disappeared under the light of Chu Feng's fist. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Blood blossomed on the saint's body. His shoulder had been pierced through, and his entire arm had almost fallen off. Only a layer of skin was attached. His left chest had been pierced through, and his internal organs were almost twisted into mush. The sole of his foot was pierced through when he stepped toward Chu Feng, and half his foot had almost disappeared. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. This kind of energy circulation method wasn't just terrifying, it was almost poisonous. Even Chu Feng himself felt that the spiral technique was incomparably sinister. Its destructive power was too terrifying, and it was a nightmare for any opponent. "Brat, you're so vicious," Luo Hong shouted. He was like a beam of light as he retreated as fast as lightning. Many people were speechless when a saint shouted like this. One could imagine how angry he was to actually shout such words. In such a short period of time, Luo Hong was in a miserable state. He had lost a forearm, half of his foot, and his entire arm was tightly attached to a layer of skin and flesh that was about to fall off. The fist hole in his chest was obvious, and his internal organs had almost been twisted into mush. This kind of frightening ending made everyone's hair stand on end. They realized that Chu Feng's secret technique was indeed excessively sinister. Whoever encountered it would feel their scalp go numb. Even though Luo Hong was now in a spiritual form, and the injuries he had received weren't truly the loss of an arm or the rotting of his internal organs, the degree of injury was more or less the same. This was an injury to the spirit, and perhaps it was even more serious. Snore, croak. At this moment, a strange sound came from within Luo Hong's body. He was frantically circulating the deity breathing technique. One moment it was like snoring, and the next moment it was like a large toad croaking. His entire body was glowing, and his belly was bulging. The sound he emitted was very strange. Almost at the same time, an endless amount of golden blood qi rushed out of his body and submerged him. Then his body crackled and spasmed continuously. Chu Feng charged forward, but at this moment, the saint of the deity race, Luo Hong, avoided the battle. He strode forward with the deity's steps and moved horizontally like a ghost, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. He was healing his injuries. After his body was filled with blood qi, his broken arm and internal organs were growing rapidly, and in the end, he was completely healed. However, the light on his body was slightly dimmer. It was obvious that he had paid a great price. In the starry sky, the experts of every race were moved. This was the marvel of the deity race's ultimate breathing technique. After surpassing the visualization realm, one could regrow broken limbs by circulating the breathing technique, and a small number of geniuses could do it at the visualization realm. At the same time, Luo Hong was chanting an ancient incantation. His whole body seemed to be cast from gold. Apart from this, the void was unstable, and divine light descended from an unknown place. "This is deity summoning," someone cried out in surprise. A few famous guests' pupils contracted. They had heard rumors that the deity race's secret scriptures were unimaginable and had all kinds of unconventional inheritances. Deity descending and deity summoning were of the same origin. Through blood sacrifices and incantations, the race could summon the energy in the void. That was a kind of mighty power. Now Luo Hong was summoning the deity summoning. Boom! A beam of golden light descended. It was a golden hand bone. In a split second, it fused with Luo Hong's palm, making the hand resplendent and terrifying. Following which, a piece of metal skin emitted a golden light and descended to protect Luo Hong's chest. With a buzz, another golden leg bone fell and fused with Luo Hong's leg, emitting a glaring light. "Chu Feng, hurry up and attack, or else you won't have a chance. Hurry up, he's summoning the deity summoning. It's like a gift from the deity summoning. It's invincible and undefeatable. Break it quickly." On the Origin Beast platform, many people were shouting and reminding Chu Feng. Even if many people want to kill him, there was a large group of people who had a good impression of him. They hoped he could defeat the saint of the deity race and have a true conferred god battle. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was on the battlefield and couldn't hear them at all. However, his own instincts were telling him to attack immediately without any hesitation. At this moment, Luo Hong's body had fused with some golden bones and metal skin. With those parts as the center, the radiance of a war criminal began to envelop his entire body. At this moment, he was like a living deity who had been summoned from the outer realms. Bang! Chu Feng used the spiral technique once again and struck the arm of the deity race saint. The golden vortex couldn't disintegrate the other party's flesh and was blocked. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if Luo Hong had put on a layer of divine clothing. At this moment, he was like a divine warrior descending to the mortal world and standing shoulder to shoulder with a god. Chu Feng, in this state, I can easily cross realms to kill people. You can't touch me, but I can easily tear you apart. Luo Hong shouted and slapped forward with his palm. This was his race's deity palm. With a bang, Chu Feng took it head on. In the end, the spiral technique didn't have the desired effect. It only tore the surface of the other party's palm and caused some blood to flow. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's chi and blood were churning as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Saints are really hard to kill. Chu Feng sighed. His gaze became intense and incomparably resplendent. In the starry sky, the Tao children, demonic children, and fairies from the top 10 planets revealed odd expressions. This native from a declining land was really interesting. Even now, he still wanted to kill a saint. At this moment, 5 or 6 of the top 10 experts from the universe's younger generation had arrived. There were both men and women, and they were all staring at the battlefield. Some saints also revealed odd expressions. They wanted to see if Chu Feng could defy the heavens. Even the top 10 would have a headache dealing with the deity race's deity summoning God, not to mention evolvers from other races. Yao Yao, the person you chose isn't in a good state. All right, what's your current state? I'm afraid you're not even a ghost. Oh, you're already like this, yet you're still reluctant to leave the world. Don't you want to die? Mu Qing Han, the female saint of the spirit race, spoke with a smile. Her words were very unkind as she opened up the scar of Yao Yao's passing. Enough, Mu Qing Han, don't you think it's too much? Back then, you were crippled by Yao Yao with a flip of your hand. Don't you think it's a little vile to take revenge now? At this moment, a man in green walked over from the starry sky. He was tall, young, and very handsome. However, the vicissitudes in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The master of the Origin Beast platform, Lin Qi. An ancient saint cried out in surprise. Lin Qi was now a top-notch saint. There were few opponents below the Heaven Illuminator realm. Moreover, the resources and power he controlled were enormous. You? Mu Qing Han opened her mouth, but didn't dare say anything else. Yao Yao, Lin Qi called out softly. Little Lin. Yao Yao also looked at him. Lin Qi's expression was sad as he looked at the ethereal woman standing on the heavenly vine. He felt that it was unreal. He still remembered the last scene from back then. Her white clothes were stained with blood. Like a moth flying into a flame, she rushed into the sky alone to meet the enemy. That was the last scene he saw of her. He couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. At that time, he wasn't even a saint. What qualifications did he have? Back then, he didn't belong to Earth and came from another galaxy. However, he was one of Yao Yao's best friends. When he rushed to Earth, all he could see was her dying battle. Lin Qi's nose turned sour at the thought of this. Little Lin. Yao Yao smiled sweetly. She was free and easy, but there was brilliance in her smile. Lin Qi's heart ached more and more when he saw her graceful bearing. After all, this was only an obsession of hers, and not the real Yao Yao. The exceptional woman in white from back then would never return. At this moment, he actually had the urge to cry. After so many years, he had become a saint and was already one of the most powerful saints in the universe. He also had the support of a Heaven Illuminator. He had developed a small battle platform from back then into the Origin Beast platform, which was now at its peak. After so many years, he still kept that golden account of Yao Yao becomes immortal for Yao Yao, hoping that she could reappear in the world one day. But looking at her clothes that were whiter than snow, looking at her graceful bearing as before, looking at her exceptional brilliance. He felt bitterness in his heart. He felt increasingly sad for her. As a saint, his eyes were somewhat sour, and he wanted to cry. After all, that ethereal woman used to be number one under the starry skies, but now she only left behind an obsession. Many people who were far inferior to her had become saints. Where's the real her? Saints slaughter start with the deity race. On the battlefield, the one-sided massacre that everyone expected didn't happen. Even though the deity summoning was successful, Luo Hong still couldn't kill Chu Feng. On the contrary, Chu Feng was now in high spirits. He used the resonance technique with his left hand, the spiral technique with his right, and the robbery induction breathing technique to attack forward. Two kinds of wonderful techniques were used at the same time. The resulting effect was terrifying and somewhat shocking. The added power was far greater than the sum of the two. 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. Boom! The golden divine clothes on Luo Hong's body were destroyed. Golden divine bones were shaken out, accompanied by a bloody mist. This could it be that a saint slaughter is really going to happen today? Chapter 570. On the peak of the heavenly vine, near the island constructed from spiritual power, meteorites were floating in outer space, surrounded by resplendent starlight. An incomparably intense battle was taking place on this special battlefield. Chu Feng, the deity race's saint, Luo Hong, growled. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. He had sustained serious injuries and found it hard to accept this outcome. Who was he? A saint who had risen from ancient times. Along the way, he had massacred saints, exterminated races, and killed countless enemies. The vital planets he had personally destroyed had long since surpassed the number of fingers on one hand. Now, he was only fighting against an evolver at the initial stage of the visualization realm. Yet he was at a disadvantage and covered in blood. How could he endure this? In particular, the planet beneath his feet had once been conquered by them, and their entire race had been exterminated. Chu Feng was only a descendant of a remnant evil, yet he had actually embarrassed him. One had to know that the entire universe was watching. He, a dignified ancient saint, was now being beaten to the point of being covered in blood by a junior. He was doing his utmost to evade. This was a great humiliation. Ah! Luo Hong cried out. He was somewhat regretful. His victory in such a battle was a matter of course, but it would be disastrous if he were to lose. Not only would he lose his reputation, but he would also be massacred and die here. This was simply not worth it. Boom! Chu Feng's fist smashed over once again. The resonance technique in his left hand and the spiral technique in his right were combined. The destructive power was simply frightening and had reached a crazy level. Luo Hong roared and did everything he could to resist. After summoning the deity, his body had fused with many golden bones and golden skin. It was as if he had been bestowed by the deity. Bang! This time, Luo Hong's expression changed once again when the fists collided. The deity palm couldn't block the other party. His right hand was bleeding and the skin had been torn open. With a pop, a golden bone broke from his palm. He had lost yet another summoned deity bone, causing his face to turn pale and his hand to be covered in blood. Naturally, this wasn't the end. Chu Feng rose high into the air. He could attack from all parts of his body, not just his fists. He could use the resonance technique and the spiral technique. His knees and elbows, the hardest parts of his body, all launched fierce attacks at the same time. He bent his knees in midair, pulled back his elbows, and then suddenly burst out, stretching his body. The scene was quite terrifying. It was because at this moment, his breathing was hurried, his entire body covered in white mist. Then it erupted, simply like immortal energy was surging. At the same time, his body released ripple-like beams of light, as well as golden vortexes. Every part of his body was a point of attack, blasting towards Luo Hong. Ah! Luo Hong cried out loudly, carrying anger, as well as unwillingness and unwillingness. He was an ancient martial saint. How could he lose? However, reality was extremely cruel. He did everything he could to resist, even more so dodging, not daring to face it head-on. In the end, his shoulder was still struck by Chu Feng's body. With a pu sound, blood blossomed, and his shoulder blade jumped out. It was a piece of golden bone, and it was shaken off. Another piece of divine bone that descended from beyond the heavens was plucked out. It cracked open in the void with a crack, and then turned into a special golden energy that dissipated. Descendants of a bunch of losers, evil creatures kill. Luo Hong's face was ashen, almost warped as he shouted loudly. After fighting to this point, his humiliation turned into anger after losing. Pung pung pung. Chu Feng's reply was a merciless bombardment. His body arched like a true dragon with its tail on the ground. After a slight arch, he suddenly shot over like lightning, erupting with even more terrifying power. Hong! A spiral beam of light flew out from Chu Feng's side. It was incomparably resplendent, making even the starry sky above the two people's heads dim. In addition, there were specks of ripples produced by the resonance technique that surged over. Ah! Luo Hong screamed miserably. Half of his body was covered in blood, and one of his arms had been torn off. The scene was extremely miserable. Within his body, the golden bones that descended from beyond the heavens jumped out piece by piece, appearing around him. This was simply dismembering him, performing surgery on him. I am an ancient saint. He released a low roar, his voice full of unwillingness and resentment. Today's battle was simply extraordinary humiliation. His whole body was covered in blood, and he had suffered serious injuries. He had almost completely lost his combat power. In the starry sky, experts from all sides were watching this scene in astonishment. The deity race's saint, Luo Hong, was in such a miserable state. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At first, they thought that this might be a one-sided massacre. How could Luo Hong not win when he had even used the deity summon? However, reality was just that subversive. Not only was Chu Feng resisting the deity summon's strange secret technique, but he was also tearing apart Luo Hong's flesh and golden bones. Demon King Chu has defied the heavens. On the Origin Beast platform, a group of people felt their mouths go dry. Was he really going to slaughter a saint? On Earth, many native evolvers were also paying attention. That was because the scene in space could be captured by technological means. Who knew how many people were paying attention to this? Those old friends of Chu Feng, such as the clairvoyant Du Huaijin, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing, Yi Qingru, Hu Sheng, Xiong Kuan, and others, as well as people from various corporations, such as Jiang Luoxin and Qi Honglin, were all shocked. Outside Earth, near the battlefield, there were chariots after chariots. Some of them belonged to the descendants of various races, such as the Dao children and fairies of the top 10 planets. There were also important figures from various races, such as powerful saints. Presently, there was no peace under the starry sky. Who knew how many people were paying attention to this battle? Wow, the human trafficker Chu Feng is so powerful. Ing Wudi, can you beat him? Waha, I've decided to sell my sister Ing Zhixin to him. Oh no, I mean marry him. On a chariot not far from the heavenly vine, a silver-haired Lolita was beaming with joy as she jumped back and forth on the chariot. Many people were stunned upon hearing this. They couldn't help but cast sidelong glances and reveal strange expressions on the spot. This little girl's origins were too great. Her name was Ing Xiao Xiao, and she was the princess of the top 10 quasi-immortal race. As for the Ing Wudi she was talking about, he was a young man enveloped in a divine radiance from head to toe. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and one could tell at a glance that he was a dragon among men with an outstanding temperament. He was the strongest descendant of the quasi-immortal race and also one of the top 10 experts of the universe's younger generation. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll directly seal your mouth and send you back to your clan. Ing Wudi threatened his younger sister. You're a siscon. The silver-haired Lolita curled her lips as her large eyes darted about. She felt a little guilty, as though she was looking for someone. Ing Wudi's face immediately darkened. He didn't say a word as he grabbed her and stuffed her into the chariot. He wished he could immediately wrap her up and send her away by express delivery. Aya, save me. The third beauty under the starry sky. Ingzhishian, are you here yet? Hurry up and save me. Ah, elder sister, save me. Ingwudi, this Siscon wants to kill me to silence me. The silver-haired Lolita wailed loudly in the chariot. Everyone was speechless. This little fellow from the quasi-mortal race was really a trap for her elder brother and elder sister. Her wailing made her elder brother and elder sister's faces fill with black lines. Such a thing actually happened in the periphery during such a tense battle. The corners of some saints' mouths twitched as they couldn't help but smile. Nearby, a few beauties cast sidelong glances in that direction. Some of them were said to be peerless in their generation and made the stars in the universe dim. They were excessively beautiful. Some of them were already married while others were still unmarried. They attracted the attention of many youngsters because they were the most beautiful women under the starry sky and were all ranked within the top 10. Aya, Ingzhishian, come quickly. Save me. If you don't appear, I'll replace your position when I grow up and push you down to 4th place. Finally, the silver-haired Lolita quieted down. She was obviously suppressed, but the last cry she let out just now made people not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a classic example of a little rebellion. While the quasi-mortal race's Ing family siblings were tossing and turning, the deity race, which was also in the top 10, was also whispering. There were goddesses and saints from the deity race here, and they were discussing solemnly. The deity race can't be defeated. Luo Hong is a saint. If he loses to a visualization-level youngster, our race will be trapped in a maelstrom. We'll become the talk of the town and be ridiculed by others. Send a voice transmission to the divine sons and saintesses who have descended on earth. We can even persuade Qin Luoyin of the damning Pure Land to go to the Kunlun heavenly vine and attack decisively. They must attack Chu Feng's physical body. We must stop this decisive battle or think of a way to influence the heavenly vine and disturb Chu Feng's spirit. Boom! On the battlefield, Chu Feng launched a series of heavy attacks, causing Luo Hong to scream miserably. At this moment, the saint of the deity race was incomparably regretful. He really shouldn't have gambled with a junior here. It was too degrading. He was actually no match for this person. What kind of monster was this? Even saints at the same realm weren't his match. This made Luo Hong's heart go cold. Kill! Shouted Chu Feng. His attacks became more and more violent. Two kinds of invincible techniques overlapped and completely suppressed the deity summoning secret technique. Luo Hong was about to explode. Even though Luo Hong had the deity steps, he couldn't shake off Chu Feng, who had used the world's end near at hand. He was chased by Chu Feng and started a massacre. Blood blossomed from his body. Later on, a golden vortex rumbled in front of Chu Feng's fist and resonated with the ripples. The saint of the deity race let out a mournful scream. The golden bones on his body were peeled off piece by piece. All of them were shaken off and separated from him. It was simply a terrifying surgery. At this point, the deity summoning technique had completely collapsed. Why hasn't his evolutionary foundation collapsed yet? Luo Hong secretly clenched his teeth. He had once spied on Chu Feng's secret and knew that the Tao foundation in his body was densely covered in cracks. He couldn't fight for long, otherwise he would be crippled. But after such a long time, Chu Fo was actually full of vigor and vigor. The more he fought, the braver he became. Meanwhile, Luo Hong himself was completely defeated and on the verge of losing his life. Luo Hong is finished. He's going to slaughter a saint. This kind of thing is really going to happen. Who knew how many people in the starry sky were sighing? Attack! Another saint from the deity race spoke in a low voice. He secretly transmitted his voice to some of the divine sons and saintesses on earth, telling them to attack from Kunlun. In reality, there was no lack of descenders from the outer realms in the vicinity of Kunlun. That was because the great battle between Chu Feng and the young god of the deity race had attracted too many people's attention. Many people from various star passages had rushed over to watch the battle from outside Kunlun. Now, there really were people responding to the saint's call and charging toward the heavenly vine. They wanted to harm Chu Feng's physical body. Scram! You guys are really shameless. You want to interfere with Chu Feng's battle? At this moment, the black yak, Ouyang Feng, the old donkey, the Manchurian tiger, and the yellow cattle were all furious. They knew what was going on at a glance. These people were too shameless. Without a doubt, the saint of the deity race, Luo Hong, was finished in outer space. In the end, someone wanted to sabotage him in secret and forcefully change the outcome of the battle. In outer space, Yao Yao stood on top of the heavenly vine with peerless elegance. At this moment, a wisp of coldness appeared on her flawless face. She looked toward the deity race and said, "Are you guys courting death? Or are you courting death?" Chapter 571. At this moment, some divine sons and saintesses rushed over from Mount Kunlun with murderous intent. They had received the saint's secret message and wanted to rush up the heavenly vine to hunt Chu Feng's body. This was definitely a major event. They wanted to kill Chu Feng at the source and change the situation. "All of you scram," Zhou Quan shouted. He received a thunder amethyst crystal from the old woman's hands, and then threatened, "Whoever dares to come forward, I will immediately kill them." Swoosh! As for Ouyang Feng and Yellow Cattle, they had already taken the initiative to rush out like two bolts of lightning. One was a divine beast, and the other had obtained the demon race's ultimate breathing technique. Their strength was astonishing and didn't feel any pressure when facing the divine sons and saintesses. Too shameless. I've never seen such shameless people. The deity race can't win the war in the outer realms, so you want to obstruct us and let your lackeys ambush us. How shameless! Ouyang Feng slanted his eyes at them and spat out his saliva. Then he roared, "Arrogant dragon repents." He croaked loudly. This was a classic toad technique that had nothing to do with dragons. His pair of toad palms slapped forward, sending sand and stones flying. The astral winds were vast and mighty, causing the mountain ridge to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. He charged over and fought with those people. The impact caused some people to cough up blood and stagger backward. The most powerful person was a saintess. At this moment, she was shrieking because the toad's saliva was like a torrential downpour, spluttering as it sprayed toward her. Puffed. At this moment, someone was blasted apart by Ouyang Feng's palm and turned into a bloody mist. That saintess was also hit and was swung around by the toad's golden palm. It shattered her weapon and sent her flying. On the other side, Yellow Cattle was also furious. These people from the outer realms had no bottom line. A dignified saint from the deity race was fighting a decisive battle with Chu Feng, yet he was still so shameless. He needed external interference and unconventional methods to win. As such, he attacked with all his might and began a massacre. Without a doubt, those who had sneaked over here to attack weren't strong enough. The powerful descenders had long since been captured along with the deity race's young god. The opportunists in front of them were slightly weaker. The Yellow Cattle killed several of them on the spot. The area around the heavenly vines was drenched in blood. Even so, the black yak, the Manchurian tiger, and the old donkey were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. They were afraid that someone would break through and rush into the heavenly vine to disturb Chu Feng. At this moment, a shout came from afar. "Brother, we're here!" The Mastiff King, the Horse King, the Old Llama, and the Old Grandmaster of the Wudong Mountain had arrived. Each of them was holding a purple object in their hands. That's lightning amethyst. In the hands of this group of great demons were the real deal. They were definitely not the so-called baskets of pretentious crystals that the old woman of Mount Wangu had mentioned. Right now, this group of great demons was emitting a dangerous aura. "Why are you guys here?" The black yak let out a strange cry. He had already heard from Chu Feng that Mount Longhu had been sealed off, and these people were no longer able to come out. "How can we not come when such a big thing has happened?" The Horse King howled. "Princess Yao has awakened. She won't seal the mountain for now. They were told, let's protect him. Old Black, Little Yellow, long time no see. Old Black, how come you become so much darker? The group of people met, and it was incomparably lively. The lightning amethyst they brought was dug out from some famous mountains. The reason why they had only appeared now was because they had gone to work as miners just now. With Yao Yao's guidance, they had found those ruins and gained a lot. So much so that some of these lightning amethysts were left behind from Yao Yao's tribulation back then. No one knew how powerful they were. The lightning amethyst brought by the old woman of Mount Wangwu could kill the Shilin clan's geniuses. The lightning amethyst formed from Yao Yao's tribulation was simply unimaginable. That was because the stronger the person undergoing the tribulation, the more terrifying the corresponding lightning amethyst would be. Back then, Yao Yao was known as the #1 under the starry skies. Don't waste it. Kill those with red light on their bodies and those shrouded in divine blood, said the Mastiff King. That was because the deity race had acted decisively. They had secretly sent down divine blood to envelop the divine sons and saintesses, strengthening them and making them even more powerful. All right, let's destroy this group of bastards. Boom! Boom! Over at Mount Kunlun, heavenly thunder surged and a huge explosion occurred. A group of great demons threw lightning amethyst with all their might, causing a group of people to cry for their parents. It was a tragic sight to behold. Don't be too extravagant and wasteful. Princess Yao Yao said that the heavenly vine can protect Chu Feng. Even if they really charge in, they probably won't be able to do anything to Chu Feng's physical body. Take it easy and throw the lightning amethyst. This lightning amethyst is a bit special. Was it left behind by Princess Yao Yao during her tribulation back then? Why don't we throw one and see how powerful it is? No, these people aren't worthy. At Mount Kunlun, those restless people who had rushed here to target Chu Feng were completely dizzy. They were blown to pieces and were incomparably miserable. The group of great demons from Kunlun and the Black Yak were discussing the power of the lightning amethyst. This made the group of invaders sad and indignant. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were about to die this time. Yao Yao stood at the top of the heavenly vine. She sensed that there were people trying to force their way in and attack the plant. She was targeting Chu Feng, and a cold intent appeared on her face. She felt that the deity race was really shameless. In the starry skies, the people from the deity race looked calm. Some of them had a sneer on their lips. Naturally, they wouldn't take the initiative to admit anything. However, they had always been strong. Even when facing Yao Yao, the former #1 under the starry skies, they didn't care. That was because, in their eyes, Yao Yao was already dead. What more could she do? Then, their expressions changed very quickly. They sensed the rolling heavenly thunder at Mount Kunlun. Each and every one of them was angry and filled with killing intent. But no matter how unwilling they were, they couldn't change anything. Now, under the watchful eyes of the public, some things would be completely exposed if they continued to do it. They would only be ridiculed by the other races. An old woman from the deity race spoke. She targeted Yao Yao with a cold intent and said, "Princess Yao Yao, you're so tyrannical. What right do you have to look down on us?" A male expert from the deity race looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his pupils were like small suns. His aura was terrifying. He spoke directly with arrogance and said, "Oh, do you really think you're still the invincible princess from back then? Don't forget that we've become saints now, and you're just an obsession. You're not even a ghost." Obviously, this was someone from the same era as Yao Yao. In the past, he could only look down on Yao Yao, but now he was a saint and felt that he was high and mighty. As they spoke, they secretly transmitted their voices and ordered the divine sons and saintesses at Mount Kunlun to continue their operation even if they had to risk their lives. They had to charge into the heavenly vine and destroy Chu Feng's physical body. They had to alarm his spirit and force him to withdraw from the spiritual battlefield. "Princess Yao Yao, you're too overbearing." The others from the deity race also sneered and ridiculed. Don't always think that you're number one under the starry skies. This is no longer your era. Deity race, you've gone too far. The owner of the Origin Beast platform, Lin Shi, revealed anger on his handsome and youthful face. His eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life shot out a terrifying divine radiance. He was fearless even when facing the deity race. He dared to speak again and oppose them with equal harshness. In the starry skies, many people revealed strange expressions. From a younger generation to the golden arhats to the ancient saints, they were all moved. Perhaps another battle was about to take place here. At this moment, Yao Yao laughed. That kind of attitude was completely contemptuous. She was simply disdainful of the deity race and didn't put them in her eyes at all. This kind of elegance and demeanor really stung the deity race's troops. Back then, this woman had killed a group of geniuses from their race. She had even killed the winged godhead, who was known to be revered in the universe. She had strangled their race's seeds of hope, causing them to always bear a grudge against this woman. Now, she was still so contemptuous and contemptuous. How could the aloof deity race tolerate this? Yao Yao, you're already dead, yet you're still stirring up trouble like this. Oomph. The biggest winner is the one who survives. You're already finished, just like your father's generation. This is a splendid era that belongs to us. A golden Arhat-level expert from the deity race rebuked her directly. People like him, who hadn't experienced the ancient war, were somewhat lacking in respect for Yao Yao. Now, he was the most dissatisfied and directly challenged her. Lin Shi was about to speak again and target the deity race, but he was stopped by Yao Yao with a wave of her hand. Little Lin, there's no need to say more. Step back. Yao Yao was very calm. She looked at the deity race and said, "Back then, you were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of me. Today, nothing has changed. I look down on all of you." The deity race's group had incomparably ugly expressions. As a quasi-saint, that old woman said coldly, "What can you do even if you're dissatisfied? Naturally, I'll kill you." A group of ants from back then. Even if time has flowed and years have passed, you're still so unbearable. I'll just kill you all. As Yao Yao spoke, a sparkling and translucent stone appeared in her hand. Some sharp-eyed people recognized that it was a gem among the divine magnets. It was a piece of magnetic essence that had been polished until it was warm and translucent. Now, it was glowing in Yao Yao's hand. Boom! Along with Yao Yao's caress, that piece of magnetic stone emitted a peculiar fluctuation. Following that bright moon in outer space shook with a rumble and erupted with boundless light. At this moment, the full moon was even more terrifying than the sun. It spread out a sea of domain runes and formed a shocking suppression. Divine radiance overflowed as it crushed toward the deity race. This is no. The people of the deity race panicked, and all of them were shouting. Some people rapidly tore through the void and wanted to escape. That was because they had a bad premonition and guessed that this was a contingency left behind by the Sage Master in the past. Now, it was activated by Yao Yao. However, everything was too late. The runes on the moon were too dense. All of them were concentrated toward the deity race, forming a crushing suppression that sealed the space. Bang, bang, bang. It was at this moment that the chariots and imperial carriages exploded one after another. They turned into balls of energy light and were directly destroyed. A group of people from the deity race roared in anger and did their best to resist. In the end, a bloody mist exploded. A large number of people were either dead or injured. They couldn't break free from the suppression there. Even its saints suffered serious injuries. "I'll kill you." That male saint who looked to be in his 40s or 50s charged toward the top of the heavenly vine with disheveled hair. He wanted to destroy Yao Yao's obsession. Lin Shi's gaze was cold and detached. He was about to take a step forward, but was stopped by Yao Yao's voice. With a buzz, a huge soul stone appeared at the top of the heavenly vine. It was even heavier than the sum of the 3 stones provided by the Origin Beast platform. It suppressed the area and formed a spiritual battlefield. The moment the saint of the deity race rushed over, he felt something was wrong. His spirit was being suppressed. He roared in anger and wanted to break free, but the domain of the moon crazily crushed toward him. Bang! In the end, the saint of the deity race fell into the spiritual battlefield. A mass of his spirit left his body and landed there, his corporeal body stiff. What? Everyone in the starry sky was shocked. Something like this had actually happened. Was she going to defy the heavens? Yao Yao's methods were astonishing. She forcefully pulled down a saint and made him enter the spiritual battle platform. She's going to slaughter a saint. The deity race is going to be out of luck today. It's not just Luo Hong. Now, there's another person. There was chaos in the vicinity. From the saints to the younger generation, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. They didn't doubt that Yao Yao could definitely slaughter a saint. That was because she was too dazzling in the past. That was the glory of killing. Although she was known as the #1 beauty under the starry sky, her strength was even more delightful to talk about. At this moment, Yao Yao's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her style was peerless as she looked down on that saint and said, "You're just a chicken and a stray dog." That saint's face turned red, but he didn't dare to rebuke her. He only whispered, "You want to bring disaster to this planet?" He threatened in a low voice. "You guys come too." At this moment, Yao Yao rubbed the magnetic stone in her hand, causing the runes on the moon to pour down in torrents. The remaining 8 people from the deity race, including the quasi-saint old woman and the golden Arhut expert, were pulled down together and entered the spiritual battlefield. I've said before, one person against a group of you. I'll eliminate all of you. Yao Yao's words shook the starry sky and caused a rumble in all directions. At this moment, the Origin Beast platform was boiling over. Countless people were crying out in alarm. The experts from every race opened their eyes wide. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. After so many years, Yao Yao was going to attack again. On the other side, Chu Feng was fighting fiercely against Luo Hong. Without any suspense, he shook the deity race saint until all the golden bones in his body fell off. This person had lost his fighting power and was on the verge of collapse. Even though he was using all kinds of secret techniques to stall for time, he was powerless to reverse the situation. "My Tao foundation has cracked," he roared in his heart. However, the reality was that Chu Feng was still full of vigor and energy as he slaughtered him one-sidedly. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Hong was blasted apart, broken into pieces, carrying humiliation and unwillingness, already breaking apart. "No, I'm immortal. I'm a saint," he roared. It was too humiliating. How could a dignified saint lose to a junior? Chapter 572. Luo Hong's spiritual body was torn apart. He knew he was done for. He had suffered a crushing defeat and was powerless to reverse the situation, especially when he saw the other saint, quasi-saint, and golden Arhut level powerhouses from his clan enter another spiritual battlefield. He felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that this tragedy was all because of him. Who were the enemies there? Yao Yao, and those people had fought against Yao Yao. How could they have survived? Even though he was an incomparably arrogant saint, he understood that those people would undoubtedly die. This was the result of Yao Yao's killing in the past. She hadn't even attacked yet, but everyone had already regarded the 8 experts of the deity race as dead and believed they had no chance at all. Luo Hong roared and struggled. He wanted to reassemble his spiritual body and fight to the death with Chu Feng. He wanted to drag his opponent down with him because he knew that his opponent's evolutionary foundation was full of cracks. A violent collision would inevitably speed up Chu Feng's defeat and death. The saint's body was taking shape and condensing into a human body, but it was full of cracks. "You'd better be on your way. What's the point of lingering on like this?" Chu Feng's words were played down. He used the spiral technique, and the golden vortex flew forward. Luo Hong exploded with a bang and turned into a large rain of light in front of the golden vortex. It was all formed from spiritual power. "Die! Let's go together." Luo Hong howled and wanted to reassemble his body. At this moment, he no longer looked like a calm and aloof saint. He knew that his doomsday had arrived, but he wanted to drag Chu Feng down with him. His spiritual body manifested once again, and a scroll appeared behind him. It was a broken universe and a weapon. Unfortunately, this was the spiritual world. That so-called scroll wasn't complete, but he couldn't care less. He used all the methods he could. Then I'll give it a try. As Chu Feng spoke, the scroll behind him flew out. With a boom, it tore apart the broken universe as easily as breaking dry weeds. It shattered all the weapons and destroyed them cleanly. Not to mention Luo Hong's dying state. His scroll was no match even at its peak. Now it was being slaughtered one-sidedly. I can't accept this. Why hasn't your Tao foundation collapsed? Luo Hong roared at Chu Feng as the rain of light danced in the air. He was close to going crazy, because, to him, what happened today was really embarrassing and he lost his life. He was a saint, so it was unusual for him to fight a junior of the same level on the spiritual platform. It made people think that he was shameless and bullying a junior. In the end, this type of result left him in even greater grief and indignation. He was actually defeated, about to completely disappear. How tragic was this? If news of a saint being killed by a young visualization-level personality were spread, people would be dumbfounded and feel that it was unimaginable. As a saint of the deity race, Luo Hong can be considered to be aloof and overlook the experts of all races. But in the end, he ended up like this. Someone in the starry sky sighed. It was obvious that Luo Hong would be remembered by everyone as a typical negative example. A dignified saint was killed by a junior cultivator. This was simply unprecedented. Bang! Ah! Luo Hong let out a blood-curdling screech as he was beaten up several times. He felt extremely weak and could no longer reassemble his body. His spiritual power was about to completely dissipate. I hate it. I'm a saint, yet I actually died in the hands of a kid at the visualization realm. Moreover, he's a native of Earth. Luo Hong howled in grief. Previously, he was incomparably arrogant and conceited. He said that he had personally killed 2 saints from Earth's ancient era, but in the end, the murderer was killed by benevolence. His ending was even more miserable. He was destined to become a laughingstock. Luo Hong, go on your way. History will remember you. Chu Feng said unhurriedly but powerfully. Luo Hong was so angry that he trembled after hearing these words and went completely mad. He was about to become a clown in history. This was a great blow to him, who was about to die. Die! At the last moment, Chu Feng let out a cold shout. Coarse stone balls appeared one after another near him. He had engraved domain runes on them, and they revolved around the spiritual rain of light to refine it. Recycling trash. I'll use you to test my newest method. Chu Feng said. This was his new attempt. He used the coarse stone balls as magnets to arrange a domain. Luo Hong let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, his spirit was shattered and rapidly disintegrated. He walked toward a state of death and vanished in a puff of smoke. He felt incomparably sullen before his death. The first half of his life had been brilliant. After becoming a saint in his early years, he had destroyed one race after another and fought battles everywhere. He was revered by all races. In his later years, he was miserable and too miserable. This way of dying was difficult for him to accept. He was destined to go down in infamy after being killed in a gambling fight with a small cultivator. Not bad. This kind of combat method can be studied in depth. Chu Feng nodded. Using coarse stone balls as magnets to arrange a domain, the destructive power was terrifying. Luo Hong's will had already been obliterated. He was incomparably indignant before his death. This brat was too calm. Was he using him as a test subject to carry out an offensive domain experiment? Luo Hong's death and the death of a saint shook the starry skies of the universe. Every race was in an uproar. Heavens, the saint of the deity race has been killed by Chu Feng. This is a saint from ancient times, yet he's dead just like that. Brilliant battle accomplishments. Chu Feng has defied the heavens. This battle declared his rise to power and face the universe. This is his battle to become a god. Everyone was boiling over. Many people were shaken and excited to see a young cultivator of the younger generation slaughter a saint. God Chu, please accept my knees. When will you come to the starry skies? I'll introduce my sister to you then. The deity race's old bastard has been killed. How satisfying. Who asked him to flaunt his seniority and bully the young? What happened in the end? He was confident that he could suppress the remaining evil, but in the end, he was killed instead. What a miserable death, haha. The entire starry skies were in heated discussion. Many people were rejoicing in other people's misfortune. That was because the deity race was usually high and mighty and bossy. They had always looked down on the evolvers below them. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Today, Chu Feng had won a great victory and killed their saint. This resonated with many people and made them feel very carefree. Of course, the people of the deity race had a different kind of feeling. Their faces were ashen, as if they were mourning the death of their parents. All of them wanted nothing more than to skin Chu Feng alive. As for the other races that were hostile to Chu Feng and had sold divine sons and saintesses, all of them had cold expressions on their faces. Chu Feng's reputation was growing stronger and stronger. The most important thing was that he really had strength and boundless potential. This made them angry and murderous. Earth was also cheering. The native evolver Chu Feng had won and killed a saint. This was simply a world-shocking storm that engulfed every region. The teacup in Yuchi Kong's hand fell onto the emerald-green bamboo boat with a bang, and the tea spilled all over the place. He was in a daze because this result was too horrifying for him. The so-called false one of Earth's performance was too heaven-defying. Outside of Earth, all the experts let out a long sigh. In this declining land, a young man named Chu Feng had risen to prominence and was remembered in everyone's hearts. Even the Tao children, fairies, and demonic sons of the top 10 revealed odd expressions. They had no choice but to take this matter seriously. This Chu Feng had killed a saint. Who would dare to look down on him? The eyes of the few peerless beauties at the top of the starry skies flickered and blossomed with divine radiance. They stared fixedly at Chu Feng and wanted to see through him. Earlier on, no one would have thought that Chu Feng could kill a saint. Moreover, it was a one-sided massacre. Everything seemed to have been reversed. The battle result that originally belonged to the deity race's saint, Luo Hong, was displayed by Chu Feng. At this moment, in the spiritual battlefield, Chu Feng felt his incomparably enormous spiritual power slowly being obliterated. It was purified and absorbed by the 3 soul world stones, and the rest returned to heaven and earth. That was a portion of Luo Hong's spiritual power that had been suppressed in the battlefield. After his willpower had died, it became an ownerless object and had now dissipated along with it. After the clamor, people's gazes were no longer fixed on Chu Feng. Instead, they looked toward another spiritual battlefield. Yao Yao was facing the 8 experts of the deity race alone. There were saints, quasi-saints, and golden arhats among them. It could be said that there was a clear hierarchy. Comparatively speaking, Yao Yao was too dazzling. She had the momentum of stealing Chu Feng's limelight. Many people were looking forward to seeing her take action again after so many years. Let's attack together. Yao Yao spoke. She waited for Chu Feng's battle to end before starting the battle. These experts, including the male saint, were all pale. They could already guess the result before the battle had even begun. However, they had no choice but to brace themselves and attack. Kill. Destroy this demoness. Let's kill her together. The one who spoke was the Golden Arhut level expert. He was the first to attack. In reality, the others didn't hesitate. Each of their scrolls and the deity race's secret arts were unleashed in one go as they charged toward Yao Yao. Yao Yao was too fast. It was as though she was faster than light and had disturbed the stability of time. Her ethereal silhouette approached with a whoosh. Her right hand glowed, and an energy light sword appeared. She slashed at the Golden Arhut level expert. This person revealed a terrified expression. He almost couldn't dodge it. How could a person's speed be so fast? It completely exceeded common sense, as though it had penetrated through the ages. He bellowed and his whole body glowed. The energy in his fist boiled as he did his best to resist. Upon seeing this, Yao Yao's expression was calm. She was neither happy nor worried. With a puff, she directly slashed open this person's fist. Then, with a sweep of her sword, she cut off his head. She was directly beheaded. Even though they were already mentally prepared, the people in the starry sky were still in an uproar. This was too terrifying. She killed a golden Arhut level expert in one move. It was incomparably heaven-defying. Pay attention, don't get close to her. She has cultivated some kind of divine domain. If you enter her domain, you won't be able to retaliate at all, roared the saint from the deity race. He had almost forgotten about the legends regarding Yao Yao. Only now did he recall those old memories when she killed a golden Arhut level expert in front of everyone. Even though he had warned her, there was no suspense in the following battle. Yao Yao moved left and right, east and west. Whether she used her sword chi, brandished her fists, or flicked her fingers, they were all terrifying killing moves. Everywhere she went, sparkling and translucent blood bloomed. It was incomparably poignant and beautiful. This was a one-sided massacre. In the spiritual battlefield, the screams of the deity race rose and fell. Some of them had been killed, but they used their race's ultimate breathing technique to revive and regenerate their bodies. However, they were still killed in the end. In the end, even that saint roared furiously. His head flew up as Yao Yao's sword Qi cut it off. She was invincible. In the spiritual battlefield, Yao Yao was still absolutely beautiful. Now, however, she was focused and cold. She was like a goddess of war who had abandoned everything else and was only focused on killing the enemy. Up, the quasi-saint screamed miserably. A beam of golden light shot out from Yao Yao's palm and cut him in half at the waist. Wherever she passed, everything was destroyed. One's own divine domain. Chu Feng stared at the battlefield. He was greatly moved. In a split second, he had many ideas and saw an even vaster space. Previously, when he was fighting Luo Hong, he had temporarily confined the deity race's saint in the void. This was a crude, embryonic use of a domain. Later on, he tried to carve runes on the energy stone balls to suppress and kill Luo Hong. This was also a use of a domain. Chu Feng felt that he had found two paths that could catch up to Yao Yao. The number one throne under the starry skies was high up above, and he felt that he might be able to touch it. But in the spiritual battlefield, Yao Yao killed everyone and ended the battle. Not a single one was left. She had wiped out everyone from the deity race, from the golden Arhut to the quasi-saint, and then to the saint. Chapter 573. Saint Luo Hong was dead. His spiritual body had been killed by Chu Feng. The deity race's troops outside of Earth were completely annihilated, including a quasi-saint and a saint. All of them had been killed by Yao Yao. Such a situation caused a landslide and tsunami in the starry skies. Every race was in a heated discussion and was in an uproar. What kind of battle record was this? It was so shocking that the entire starry skies began to tremble. Chu Feng had fought the strong with the weak. He was only an evolver at the initial stage of the visualization realm, but in the end, he had killed a saint in the spiritual space and caused Luo Hong's death. He was a dignified saint. Under normal circumstances, how many people could kill him? If not for this kind of battle, Chu Feng wouldn't have been able to move him even if he stood there and let Chu Feng kill him. In the end, he was dead. Needless to say, he would be a negative example for a long time. He would even appear in a humiliating image and become a laughingstock. If he hadn't been stubborn, how could this have happened? Previously, he had disregarded his identity and sent a spiritual seed to Earth to personally attack Chu Feng. After the matter was exposed, he wanted to silence him in the spiritual space, which led to his own tragic death. This was a classic example of lifting a rock and dropping it on one's own feet. As for Yao Yao, it was needless to say that she had wiped out all the troops from the deity race who had rushed to Earth. While everyone was flabbergasted, they also felt that it was natural. After all, she was number one under the starry skies back then. But when the spiritual space was silent and only the two of them were left, everyone felt that it was too surreal and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That was the deity race, not any other race. Today, two saints have been killed in succession. It was impossible not to cause an earthquake in the starry skies. For a moment, the whole world's attention was focused on the two. Yao Yao stood on the heavenly vine with peerless grace, looking disdainfully at the crowd. For a moment, many people were in a trance. It was as if they had returned to the burning flames of war in the ancient era. They saw Yao Yao intimidating the enemies once again. That was her era. Back then, she stood here and fought against all kinds of geniuses, sweeping away the origin magnetic sacred physique, myriad star physique, and immortal destiny physique. Then, everyone looked at Chu Feng. There was no doubt that today was his god investiture battle. No matter what, he had slaughtered a saint and rose to prominence in this desolate edge of the universe. From then on, many people knew that a young evolver with heaven-gifted talent had appeared in this waning land. His name was Chu Feng. This was different from the past. In the past, he was also very famous, but he couldn't enter the eyes of the people present. He could only be considered a human trafficker. But now it was different. He had been remembered by some saints. It was a grand occasion that had not been seen in 1,000 years. He challenged the sages and killed them. How could the sages not remember this? No matter what the reason was, Chu Feng was the focus of the attention of some influential figures today. Apart from this, the Tao children, fairies, and other true inheritors of the top 10 also remembered him. This was a powerful opponent that couldn't be ignored. Some of the top 10 beauties in the starry skies were also watching from the sidelines. After the battle, they teased each other in private. If Chu Feng didn't belong to Earth, he would be a good choice for a Tao companion. But now, no one would be interested in this stock with potential. That was because everyone, from saints to ordinary young evolvers, knew that Chu Feng was in big trouble. How could the deity race swallow this? Slaughtering a saint was an incomparably glorious and dazzling accomplishment. It would accompany Chu Feng for the rest of his life. However, this kind of honor wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. It was very likely that it would bring about a calamity. That was because the deity race was one of the top 10 races in the universe. The star they inhabited had been constant since ancient times and was firmly in the top 10 ancient worlds. This kind of race was high and mighty, glorious for eternity. Over the endless years, they had annihilated countless races and conquered countless vital planets. Everyone said that the deity race had a rich collection and had recorded the martial arts of divine birds and holy beasts like the Kunpeng and Tao Tai. But how many people understood the bloodshed behind this? All of this was obtained by destroying a top-notch race. Now, Earth was most likely going to become the center of the storm. It might cause a rare earthquake since the primordial times, and the deity race would probably retaliate. Yao Yao, the owner of the Origin Beast platform, Lin Shi, had a lot to say to her, even though he knew that she was only an obsession and no longer the person from back then. Yao Yao smiled and nodded at him, using telepathy to whisper to him. In the starry sky, many people were staring at them and then at Chu Feng. They sighed lightly. After today, it was hard to say what kind of earth-shattering storm would occur. No one could predict how the deity race would retaliate against this young man. Many people had complicated expressions. At the same time, there were also many who were afraid. For example, the saintess of the spirit race, Mu Qing Han, had retreated who knew how many kilometers away from Earth's outer space. She had been shocked just now when the deity race was swept into the battlefield. At that moment, her hair stood on end. If Yao Yao had forcefully pulled her down, she might have died too. Chu Feng felt many people's gazes on him. He was fairly calm and didn't have the slightest stage fright. At this moment, he spoke. Greetings, seniors and fellow Taoists. I'm Chu Feng. It's my honor to meet all of you from the starry sky. Then, the tone changed completely when he said the following words. Everyone, I'm here to solemnly announce that a distinguished meeting will begin soon. When the time comes, heroes and outstanding talents from all walks of life, don't miss it. I have over 200 divine sons and saintesses up for auction. You must come and support me." His words simply left everyone in a mess. Even the ancient saints at the scene were speechless. Their deep eyes were peculiar as they stared at him again and again. As for the younger generation, whether it was the top 10 experts in the universe or the top 10 beauties, they all felt as if they had gone insane. Was this the young expert who had just slaughtered a saint? They were sure that they hadn't heard wrongly. This was too unconventional. He had just shaken the starry sky and stood there proudly. How could he be like this in the blink of an eye? This was an existence who had slaughtered a saint, a young man like a legend. In the end, he had become a human trafficker in the blink of an eye. He was doing a naked advertisement in front of all the sages, in front of all the famous figures in the universe. There was no need to think too much to know that the effect would be ridiculously good. Right now, every region was absolutely boiling over. In fact, this was indeed the case. On the Origin Beast platform, a group of people were just sighing with emotion at Chu Feng's heaven-defying rise with his divine ring and resplendent radiance. In the end, he made such a move, and then those old customers let out a long sigh. He was still the same person and the same flavor. Sigh, I finally understand. This person really hasn't forgotten his original intentions. After these words were spoken, many people were thunderstruck. They looked at each other speechlessly. Everyone, I solemnly promise. At this time, Chu Feng's expression was solemn as he faced everyone. This caused the evolvers from all races to be moved. Was he about to become serious? I promise to all my old customers that all divine sons and saintesses will be discounted by 20%. I will not cheat anyone. After everyone heard this, they all put their hands on their foreheads. This person was hopeless. He was walking further and further on the path of a human trafficker without looking back. Even on Earth, the black yak, the yellow cattle, the old donkey, and the Manchurian tiger were a bit speechless. Even the thick-skinned Ouyang Feng, who always looked at people with slanted eyes, was now staring blankly at the outer realms. Wah! In the starry sky, the first person to give Chu Feng a warm and brilliant response was actually a silver-haired Lolita. She was smiling flamboyantly as she popped her head out of the chariot and shouted, "Demon King Chu Feng, I want to buy someone. Didn't you suppress the deity race's young god? You haven't slaughtered him yet. Sell him to me, and I'll drive him. As promised, I'll give you a 20% discount." Everyone was speechless. At this juncture, there was actually someone who dared to respond and open her mouth to buy someone. Moreover, she wanted the deity race's young god to drive her carriage. But after seeing that it was this silver-haired Lolita, everyone was convinced. This was the little princess from the quasi-immortal race. Her status and identity were extremely high, and her race didn't fear the deity race at all. Chu Feng smiled and said, "No problem. Little sister, seeing that you're so intelligent, beautiful, and adorable, I'll make an exception and give you a 30% discount later. After all, this is my first business deal. I guarantee that I'll pack up the deity race's young god and mail him to you. You really have good taste. I'm the future #1 beauty under the starry sky. I'll push the so-called top 10 beauties down by one. If you build a good relationship with me, I guarantee that your business will prosper." After that, there was no after that. A big hand grabbed the silver-haired Lolita. It was a silver-haired man who forcefully stuffed her into the carriage. Moreover, he used the photon computer to contact someone and said, "Heavenly Express, I want to mail someone here." The silver-haired Lolita resisted fiercely and said, "Wah, Ingwudi, you dare? I'll fight it out with you. If you dare to mail me back like this, I'll be irreconcilable with you." However, Ingwudi's face darkened. He took action himself and directly threw her into a package that looked like an escape pod. He had made up his mind to send her away by express delivery. Everyone, see you later. With a swoosh, Chu Feng disappeared from the spiritual battlefield at the top of the heavenly vine. He returned directly to Earth. First, his spirit entered his corporeal body and completely recovered. Fortunately, my Tao foundation hasn't cracked. After careful calculation, the 6 paths of reincarnation pill will arrive soon. Chu Feng was very satisfied with the results of this battle. He had comprehended very deeply in the battle with the saint. He had comprehended a few paths that could truly lead him to invincibility. Brother, at the root of the heavenly vine, a group of people suddenly surrounded Mount Kunlun. Apart from the black yak, Zhou Quan, and the old donkey, there were also the great demons of Kunlun. It was incomparably lively. Chi! A beam of light flashed, and Yao Yao also appeared. Greetings, Princess Yao Yao. The group of great demons of Kunlun hurriedly paid their respects. They were very solemn and incomparably respectful toward Yao Yao. The black yak and the Manchurian tiger were also embarrassed. Back then, it could be said that they were extremely daring. When they first met, they even wanted to pursue Princess Yao Yao. Now, they were well-behaved and dutiful as they saluted her. Elder sister goddess, Ouyang Feng ran over with jolting buttocks. He was so corny and affectionate. His pair of big eyes blinked, and he definitely wasn't looking at people sideways. At the same time, not a single spittle splashed out. He was as gentle and quiet as he could be. Chu Feng really couldn't hold back and kicked him twice. Yao Yao smiled and looked at Chu Feng. She said, "You're pretty good this time." Her voice was very pleasant to listen to. Yao Yao was slightly lost in thought when she saw how lively Mount Kunlun was. It was as if she had returned to the ancient times and saw that group of heaven-bestowed and talented companions again. But she shook her head. Those people were almost all dead, and only one or two survived. Bang! At this moment, the starry sky in the outer realms trembled. The stars and moon swayed, and the sun lost its color. It was shocking. At this moment, the various races outside of Earth hadn't retreated yet. They were still standing there, but now they were all trembling. Even the saints had goosebumps. Then, people saw a person walking over. He wanted to walk through the starry sky and gather all the starlight. The entire solar system seemed to undulate as he breathed. As he breathed, light poured into his body, causing the starry sky to dim. As he exhaled, starlight overflowed from his mouth and nose, brightening the world. This person was too terrifying. The third under the starry sky back then. At this moment, an ancient saint whispered. No one had expected that such a great character would appear before the deity race had even arrived. Chapter 574. The third under the starry skies was Princess Yao Yao's fiancé back then. What a stunning character. Otherwise, Yao Yao's parents wouldn't have thought so highly of him. But what happened back then made people's hearts turn cold. Kunlun's group of talented geniuses had almost all died in battle. In the end, Yao Yao was the only one left to face the geniuses of the universe alone. Wei Heng, the ninth under the starry skies, betrayed her, but even the third under the starry skies, Yao Yao's fiancé, had gone far away and didn't help her. At that time, the master of the third under the starry skies was a fierce heaven illuminator who took away his disciple. But if the third under the starry skies was decisive enough, there would certainly be a different story. So when Yao Yao mentioned the past, she played it down. She said that the person was already dead and that it had nothing to do with her now. She didn't deliberately avoid it, nor did she take the initiative to talk about it. She simply ignored it. Now, the third under the starry skies had come, causing the starry skies to shake. Every race was alarmed, but Yao Yao herself was very calm. She only revealed a wisp of astonishment. Yao Yao. A call came from the starry skies. That person had come. He had once belonged to Earth and was the most powerful genius who had left here. He had returned after countless years. This was the first time he had set foot on his way back since he had left back then. In outer space, the experts from every race hadn't left yet. They were all looking at him. This person was somewhat hazy as he swallowed and spat out starlight. It was as if the heavens were scattered all around him and he wanted to shine upon them. At this time, the saints' hearts were palpitating. They were all shocked because this person's strength was too strong. It was somewhat excessive. It was as if he was the sole ruler of the entire starry skies. Yao Yao, the third under the starry skies, called out once again. His aura was terrifying, causing everyone to feel uneasy and somewhat tremble. Today, he was a legend known as the most likely heaven illuminator. Some people said that he had already taken a step forward and was about to reach that realm. Kuan Yu, aren't you ashamed to come back to this planet? Lin Shi spoke out that person's name. Everyone sighed. Ordinary people didn't dare mention this name. They were all incomparably afraid of him because he would soon be able to look down on every race in the universe. Lin Shi's hair danced in the wind. His handsome face was full of coldness. His aged eyes were filled with vicissitudes and resentment. He was full of disgust for this person. Lin Shi, Kuan Yu said gently, long time no see. In fact, I don't want to see you again in this life. How can a person like you have the face to come to this planet again? In order to survive, you abandoned your fiancée. Do you still have the guts of a man? Kuan Yu swallowed the starlight of the entire solar system. Clearly, his cultivation had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. He was on the verge of breaking through, and even if he came here, he didn't stop cultivating and continued. He pondered for a while and said, "You don't understand." Then, he took a step forward. Even someone as powerful as Lin Shi, who is said to be the most powerful among the saints, could not stop him. He walked over calmly. After that, Kuan Yu spoke and transmitted his voice again. He wanted to meet Yao Yao. This person, outside of Earth, a young man opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, the saint of that race immediately emitted a suppressive might and made him shut his mouth tightly. That person couldn't say a single word. That was because even the saints were afraid that he would say something disrespectful and provoke Kuan Yu. Even the saints were afraid of such a legendary figure. As Kuan Yu sighed softly, a terrifying rumble came from the starry sky. It was as if there was heavenly thunder between his mouth and nose. The explosion tore the void apart and shocked everyone into trembling. He swept his gaze in all directions, and his gaze became incomparably deep. Even the various saints couldn't help but lower their heads. No one dared to look him in the eye, and all of their hair stood on end. "Princess Yao Yao, do you need me to list out his crimes and drive him, scold him away?" The big black yak wanted to say drive him away, but in the end he changed his mind. He knew that wasn't realistic, so he could only scold him. "Fairy sister, isn't this person too annoying? Let me go up and spit on his face for you." Ouyang Feng patted his chest and said. Chu Feng also looked at Yao Yao. He really didn't expect that the third in the starry sky for back then, Yao Yao's fiancée, would appear. It was too unexpected. "Don't act rashly," said Yao Yao. With a whoosh, she turned into a stream of light and arrived at the top of the heavenly vine. Outside of Earth, that person stood in front of the heavenly vine. His figure gradually became clear, and his true appearance was revealed. His white clothes were flawless, and he was full of heroic bearing. He was truly a peerlessly beautiful man. Swoosh! He waved his hand, and the entire starry sky dimmed. Only there was a hazy light here. All the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be suppressed by him, and everything was dark. As for the Origin Beast platform and the Heaven's Eyes of other organizations, they couldn't capture the situation here. They were all isolated, outside of Earth. The cultivators of various races and those powerful evolvers were also horrified because even their eyes were pitch black, and they couldn't see the scene in front of them. The top of the heavenly vine seemed to be isolated from the world, and outsiders couldn't sense it. Kuan Yu spoke. He was as handsome as jade, and his expression was no longer calm. He revealed a sincere expression as he conversed with Yao Yao. However, others couldn't spy on them. This was a world of its own, and all the saints felt fear and trepidation under Kuan Yu's powerful aura. Many people could feel that this part of the starry sky was trembling. It was caused by the drawn-out breathing of experts. This was Kuan Yu's intention. He wanted to suppress this part of the world and intimidate everyone. In reality, with his current status, who would dare to touch bad luck? His teacher was a veteran heaven illuminator, and he himself was about to succeed. He could be said to be a rising star in the universe. In the end, the outer space regained its calm and was no longer dim. Starlight shone down once again, and people could see Kuan Yu and Yao Yao. "Yao Yao, are you really not coming with me?" My teacher passed through the edge of the primal chaos and entered the dilapidated ancient universe to explore. He narrowly escaped death and obtained an immortal medicine. Perhaps it can save you. People didn't know the content of their conversation, but Kuan Yu's last words were captured by them. Go and don't come back. Yao Yao refused. People didn't know what had happened. They only saw Kuan Yu turn around and step on a colorful path. He dared to pass through the solar system and walk out of this part of the starry sky. With a swoosh, Yao Yao turned into a beam of flowing light and disappeared from the top of the heavenly vine. She returned to Mount Kunlun. She raised her hand, and a rain of light danced in the air and enveloped this area. The people from the outer realms couldn't spy on them. She stood in a mountainous region, lost in thought. She was very quiet. Princess Yao Yao, are you all right? The black yak asked cautiously. Who doesn't have an ex-boyfriend? This isn't a problem. Who is this fairy sister? She's the only one in the world. Naturally, I'm fine, Ouyang Feng said carelessly with an unconcerned look. Then, he decisively suffered a tragedy. He flew up and fell on his back. The toad's belly was bulging and constantly expanding. It was like a big balloon being blown up. That was the energy in his body surging, and he was about to explode. He immediately understood that his flattery had fallen on deaf ears. This jesting had made Yao Yao unhappy, and she wanted to tidy him up. Sister, I was wrong. Spare me, he shouted. I want to eat divine beast meat. Chu Feng, stew him for me, said Yao Yao. All right, I want to eat too. Chu Feng walked over, picked up Ouyang Feng, and soaked him in the stream. He wanted to wash him clean first. Aya, save me. Fairy sister, I'm the #1 divine beast raised by your family. How can you treat me like this? Now only the two of us are left in such a big family, shouted the toad. Then he looked at Chu Feng and said, Surnamed Chu, you really want to attack me? I'll fight it out with you. I even wanted you to be my brother-in-law. Motherf *Ker, you dare to stew me? If I don't beat you to death, I'll take you down with me. Mount Kunlun was suddenly petrified. Whether it was the black yak, the yellow cattle, the old donkey, Zhou Quan, or the great demons of Kunlun, they were all dumbfounded. Yao Yao cast a sidelong glance. Her figure was graceful, her skin was like cream, and her beautiful hair danced in the wind, sparkling and translucent. At this moment, she had a smile that wasn't a smile. Her lustrous white face was flawless, and even Chu Feng was within the range of the destructive power of her smile. For a split second, Chu Feng's mind jumped, and he felt somewhat absent-minded. The #1 under the starry skies in the past was also the #1 beauty back then. Her beauty truly surpassed the world. Bang! At this moment, Yao Yao stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Not only was she fixing up Ouyang Feng, but even Chu Feng had become a target of attack and a punching bag. However, one thing was certain. She was also carrying a taste of refinement, because she was only using visualization-level energy. It didn't exceed the scope of what Chu Feng could endure. Croak! Ouyang Feng croaked loudly. His whole body was covered in golden stripes and emitted a glaring light. He was operating the classic toad technique. He blocked with his palms and shouted at Chu Feng, Brother, this is a test for you. You must win. Motherf *Ker. Chu Feng was furious. This damn toad was deliberately dragging him into the water and making him Yao Yao's target. This divine beast conscience was rotten. Bang! Seeing that Yao Yao was indeed using visualization-level energy, Chu Feng immediately went all out. In a split second, he activated his own picture scroll. The top 100 stars appeared and enveloped the area. Even the mountains were trembling. At the same time, he was enlightened and once again experienced the feeling of confining the void and condensing the heaven and earth. This was the power of a certain domain. Not only was he resisting Yao Yao's slender jade fingers, but he also wanted to confine her here. Not long ago, he had this kind of comprehension when he was fighting Luo Hong. Unfortunately, he only succeeded once. Yao Yao was astonished and felt rather surprised. Her figure slowed down as she was obstructed by Chu Feng's picture scroll and the power of the domain. It was as if she had sunk into a swamp. Whoosh! Yao Yao's other hand turned into a fist. It was pure white and sparkling as it smashed toward Chu Feng. She wouldn't be polite if she really attacked, but her charm was still exceptional. Chu Feng immediately felt the pressure rise sharply. The formless domain he had just displayed was about to be torn apart. He couldn't confine his opponent. Rumble. In a split second, he produced 100 coarse stone orbs. This was the energy form he had deduced. Then, the space between Chu Feng's eyebrows glowed as he completed the task of carving the symbol in a flash. He used the 100 stone orbs as magnets and carved all kinds of mysterious symbols to form an extraordinary domain. Then, he used this to suppress her. At the same time, the picture scroll glowed and flew forward. The multiple combinations were about to seal the visualization level Yao Yao. Unfortunately, he had just entered the sect and had just comprehended it. He wasn't skilled or powerful enough. Yao Yao's body glowed as she used the indescribable power of the domain to force him to retreat. In the visualization realm, only those who have truly touched upon the wondrous use of the domain and continue to develop it can be called a top-notch young expert in the universe. Otherwise, they won't live up to their name. Yao Yao spoke to warn Chu Feng. In our era, the true top-notch geniuses would all touch upon this domain. I think it's more or less the same now. Yao Yao spoke like this. She was obviously afraid that Chu Feng would become complacent after defeating Luo Hong and feel that he had become a peerless genius in the universe. He would look down on the experts of each race. Chu Feng heard this and nodded solemnly. He had always understood that the path of evolution was limitless. There would always be someone stronger than the strong. At this moment, Yao Yao's body staggered and she almost fell to the ground. It was obvious that there was something wrong with her body. Chu Feng subconsciously rushed forward to support her. The moment he touched her, he felt that her small waist was warm and soft. Her body was very real, warm, and fragrant. This time, it was Chu Feng's turn to be bewildered. He was somewhat astonished. Wasn't Yao Yao an obsession? In his opinion, she might exist in the form of energy, but now she clearly had a body of flesh and blood like warm jade. Yao Yao lightly brushed him. Chu Feng let go and couldn't help but fall back. Then, she saw the toad's mouth wide open and its eyes staring at her and Chu Feng. She immediately kicked it and sent it flying. "Why did you kick me? I can't accept this." The toad cried out and tumbled in midair. With a boom, it crashed into a distant mountain peak, causing smoke and dust to billow. At this moment, the black yak, the Manchurian tiger, and the old donkey revealed peculiar expressions. Yao Yao's expression was solemn as she glared at them and said, "My body's not in the best condition. I don't have much time, so I need to hurry up and say something." Whether it was the yellow cow, Chu Feng, or the great demons of Kunlun, they all became solemn and listened attentively. Kuan Yu was once ranked third under the starry skies. Now his strength is boundlessly terrifying. He wants me to use this world's inherited energy pagoda to bring him into Earth's main space. He wants to borrow the power of this recovering star to forge his own peerless body and illuminate the heavens here. This will inevitably exhaust this planet's countless years of accumulation. The toad limped back and cried, "Ah, this grandson is too unkind." Back then, he ran away faster than anyone else. Now that he sees the benefits, he wants to come back and monopolize it. No way. Yao Yao sent him flying with another kick and said, "Even though I refused, I understand him. This person will certainly think of a way to come back and achieve his Tao here. He will prove his invincible body. Once he succeeds, this place will certainly decline forever. So your time is very tight." She looked at Chu Feng, then at the yellow cow, and finally at Ouyang Feng. Clearly, she had high hopes for the three of them among these people. He said that even his disciple's disciple's disciple has an astonishing talent who can crush all the true ones and false ones on Earth of the same realm. Yao Yao mentioned the conversation not long ago and reminded Chu Feng and the others that Kuan Yu's lineage might become an unimaginably great enemy in the future. This immediately made the yellow cow, Ouyang Feng, the black yak, and the great demons of Kunlun furious. It was fine that this person had left Earth with a cold heart, but now he only came back to make demands. Unexpectedly, he might become a terrifying enemy in the future. Yao Yao continued, "Time doesn't wait for me. Now, people from all sides are eyeing me covetously. I can't do things step by step. I might have to leave Earth to revive myself." Yao Yao's words shocked all of them, and they all widened their eyes. Chapter 575. Where are you going? Chu Feng was very worried. How could Yao Yao leave Earth in this state? She was only an obsession. Once she was discovered, who knew how many people in the universe would want to kill her? Would she even have a way to survive? One had to know that Yao Yao was once number one under the starry skies. None of her opponents were ordinary people. Any one of them was a world-shaking character. She thought about the opponents she had defeated and killed back then. The winged godhead, the immortal destiny physique, the origin magnetic sacred physique. Any one of them could grow into a matchless powerhouse in the universe. The big black yak, Ouyang Feng, the old donkey, and the Manchurian tiger were also worried. They didn't want her to go far because it was too risky. "Don't worry." Yao Yao smiled calmly and said, "I received a message from an elder. He broke through the primal chaos zone at the edge of the universe and entered the dilapidated ancient universe. He made a shocking discovery, and that place might bring me hope. I'll go in your place and bring back the things you need," said Chu Feng. "Let me go." "No one will notice," said Yellow Cattle. Everyone thought it was fine. Yellow Cattle and the others were small targets and could go in Yao Yao's place. Yao Yao shook her head and rubbed Yellow Cattle's head, making the beautiful and delicate fellow blush shyly. "Some things can't be brought back. I can only go by myself. There are some special terrains there, such as the mother nest that nurtures primal chaos deities." Yao Yao's words shocked Chu Feng and the others. Did the mother nest that nurtured primal chaos deities really exist? This was simply heaven-defying. "I'm waiting for news and to be guided," said Yao Yao. Then they talked a lot, but Yao Yao didn't mention that elder or when she would leave. This was a great matter, and she was also thinking about it carefully. Finally, they mentioned Kuan Yu. If this person really set his eyes on Earth, the threat would be too great. He was simply a majestic mountain that couldn't be climbed. Who could move him? Even the current Yao Yao couldn't do it. That person was about to achieve an invincible body. Chu Feng brought up the matter of the Earth's true one and informed Yao Yao that that person possessed the Earth's inheritance energy pagoda. This meant that he was a variable. This was because Yao Yao had just said that Kuan Yu wanted her to use the inheritance energy pagoda in this world to receive him and lend him a helping hand. An expert like him would need to activate all the top-notch energy towers if he wants to come in peacefully. Not a single one is missing. At this point, Yao Yao said, "One of the most crucial inheritance pagodas is at Mount Longhu. It's used to protect a piece of eternal gold, and I'll take it with me. This means that he can't gather them all." "That's great. Let this grandson draw water with a sieve," Ouyang Feng said with a laugh. "I understand this person. He won't give up for his goal. Furthermore, he's not an ordinary person. He'll always think of a way and have extraordinary methods," warned Yao Yao. At present, Earth was in a period of recovery, and everyone was paying attention to it. Apart from Kuan Yu, there were naturally many other threats. Yao Yao left for Mount Longhu to recuperate. Before she left, she told Chu Feng and the others that the deity race definitely wouldn't leave the matter at that, but they didn't need to be afraid. Outside of Earth, such a major incident naturally shocked the universe's starry skies and caused a huge uproar everywhere. The deity race mustered a large force to attack. The young god was captured and the Saint Luo Hong was killed. In addition, there was another saint, a quasi-saint, and the Golden Arhut. All of them were annihilated, and even a certain goddess from the race was shaken to death by the domain runes pouring down from the moon. Both her body and soul were destroyed. This kind of disaster happened to the deity race. This was no less than a cosmic storm, and it shook every race. In addition, Kuan Yu also appeared at the last moment. He stepped on a multicolored path and ran through the solar system. After talking to Yao Yao, he was rejected. This naturally led to many associations. Who would have thought that there would be a day when the deity race would be defeated? In all these years, they've seized at least 800 vital planets, if not 1,000. They've always been invincible, but in that declining land, incidents of saints dying one after another occurred. The deity race possesses many secret manuals and lost arts. All of them are bloody accumulations. They conquered the barbarians, killed the Tautai divine beast ancestor, and seized all kinds of peerless martial arts. But now they've still lost. That young man from Earth isn't simple. He killed a saint. How satisfying. As for Princess Yao Yao, she really lives up to her reputation as the #1 under the starry skies back then. She can still look down on the entire starry skies if she fights at the same level. Discussions are going on in all the major galaxies. Some people even said that the deity race had gone downhill and that they would no longer be able to regain their glory. Naturally, someone was adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, it was a race with a terrifying background spreading this kind of saying. Thinking about it, the deity race had seized too many benefits. The vital planets they controlled were spread all over the place. They weren't planets with astonishing energy, were filled with all kinds of spirit medicines, and even had sacred medicines. They were rich mines containing rare mother metals. One had to know that some sacred medicines and mother metals were extremely valuable to saints and heaven illuminators. This naturally made people envious. The powerful races looked peaceful on the surface, but they'd always been competing in the dark and dividing up their spheres of influence. For example, the territories occupied by the top 10 ancient worlds were crisscrossed and adjacent to each other. So much so that on some ancient planets with rare, great medicines, there would be several great powers entrenched and operating together. Every 100 years, the right to gather medicines would have to be renegotiated and distributed again. Therefore, after the deity race's great defeat in the declining land, undercurrents immediately surged and all kinds of rumors clamored. Those who dare to look down on the deity race die. On this day, an ice-cold voice came from the mother planet where the deity race resided. It shook the entire galaxy and reached the ears of countless people. A major character from the deity race, who was close to becoming a heaven illuminator and could even be considered to have stepped into this realm, spoke up. He woke up from his deep slumber and looked down at the starry skies. On this day, at least 10 Golden Arhut-level entities died tragically. They were all people who spread the news of the deity race's decline. They were still talking loudly a second ago, but in the next second, they spontaneously combusted and turned into a field of flames. They were burned to ashes, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Every time someone died like this, a pair of huge eyes as big as the moon would appear outside their planet and coldly stare at the source of life. In the end, that kind of tragedy happened. Everyone's hair stood on end. The deity race had mobilized a peerless expert who had touched upon the Heaven Illuminator realm. Otherwise, how could a Golden Arhut-level expert die tragically with just a glance? How is this possible? Within a day, the races and entities who criticized the deity race quieted down quite a bit. At the very least, they didn't dare to talk in an exaggerated manner anymore. Under this kind of pressure, many people were afraid. However, the Origin Beast platform, Black Blood Arena, and other places were still in heated discussion. The deity race was in charge of heaven and earth, but it was difficult for them to cover the entire interstellar network. This race is too tyrannical. When will someone be able to get rid of them? Not long ago, I hated this demon, Chufeng. After all, he's a human trafficker. But now, I'm incomparably supportive of him fighting the deity race to the death. I hope he doesn't die and can truly grow up. It's difficult. Who can stop the deity race's fury? They're only afraid of the races from the top 100 planets and don't dare to rashly dispatch troops. They dare to attack those planets ranked below 100 directly. They've always been tyrannical. This time, they've suffered a setback in a declining land. How can they take this lying down? Many people were discussing this. They unanimously believed that Shu Feng was in danger and that the deity race would definitely go crazy and retaliate regardless of the price. I don't believe it. No one can deal with the deity race. Is the top 10 really unshakable? In the starry skies, everyone was discussing this matter, and it became the focal point. As expected, the deity race didn't endure silently and wouldn't swallow this kind of bitter fruit. 2 days later, they set off on their journey and directly opened a super wormhole. They wanted to kill their way to the outer space of Earth in the first instance. 2 days later, the deity race mustered a large force. Led by several saints, they were majestically over 10,000 men and horses. They galloped through the starry skies and descended upon the solar system. This shocked every race in the universe. It had been many years since something like this had happened. Once the deity race's numbers exceeded 10,000, it was a sign that they were going to launch a race extermination war, especially since several saints had come together. One had to know that 1 or 2 saints from the deity race could crush a galaxy. They were too powerful. Are they going to shed all pretenses of cordiality? Aren't they afraid that the Sage Master is still alive and will give them another heavy blow? Some old antique sighed. Back then, the Sage Master lay in a bronze coffin and reappeared from the edge of the universe. He had once destroyed many planets of the deity race in one breath and shocked the experts of every race. The barefooted weren't afraid of the barefooted. Earth had been destroyed, and only a wasteland was left. What else couldn't the Sage Master do, as long as he wasn't dead? He directly attacked the lands controlled by the deity race and the netherworld race and fought to the death. This was the fundamental reason why the deity race and the netherworld race didn't destroy Earth in the end, even though they had heaven illuminators overseeing them. The Sage Master is dead. He can scare us once or twice, but he can't scare us this time. It's impossible for him to appear again. He must have died in the ancient universe in the primal chaos. This was the voice of the deity race announcing to every part of the starry skies that the Sage Master was dead and would never appear again. Shu Feng, come and accept your death. The deity race was too powerful. They arrived outside Earth and directly shouted like this, shaking the heavens and earth. That was the voice of a saint that covered the entire starry skies. Only 2 days had passed since Shu Feng slaughtered the saint. There were still many experts from every race outside Earth. They hadn't left all this time because they had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Now that they had personally witnessed this scene, there was an immediate clamor. Everyone was paying close attention. Shu Feng must die. A terrifying aura descended outside of Earth. Several saints were leading the army, and their numbers exceeded 10,000. They formed a terrifying pressure that made the entire solar system incomparably stifled. Someone sighed. When the deity race is less than 10,000, they can't be defeated by 10,000. This was a very widespread saying. Once the deity race's members exceeded 10,000, it would be extremely terrifying. It indicated that they were going to launch a race extermination war against the outside world and wouldn't rest until they were dead. Now that they had arrived and led so many troops to kill their way here, it naturally terrified all the powers in the universe. Shu Feng immediately stood out and wanted to shout at the starry skies. He had already slaughtered a saint, so why would he be afraid of their threats? The deity race has declined. You should have already withdrawn from the 10 greats. Quickly give up your position to the netherworld race. To be precise, you're now the 11th, yet you're still so arrogant. You've come here to flaunt your prowess. Aren't you ashamed? Everyone was startled. He even dared to say such words. Who would dare say that the deity race had withdrawn from the 10 greats? At this moment, everyone from the netherworld race's faces darkened. They all wanted to curse. This kind of provocation was too obvious, but they believed that the deity race would definitely be jealous. Shu Feng, if you come up yourself, we'll let this declining land go. Otherwise, we'll all be buried with you, shouted a saint in outer space. He was incomparably furious. Yao Yao appeared on Mount Longhu and said, "Do you want to die? Or do you want to die? You still haven't learned your lesson after losing 2 saints, right? Chu Feng also came. He stood beside Yao Yao and said in a low voice, "Their saints have been killed before, yet they still dare to come this time. They must be fearless." Chapter 576. The ship they were waiting for was about to arrive. Chu Feng, Yellow Cow, and Ouyang Feng revealed peculiar expressions. Someone in the depths of the universe was sending a ship to pick up Yao Yao. In outer space, everyone from the deity race was furious after hearing Yao Yao's threat. The saints, in particular, had awe-inspiring eyes. The death of their 2 saints here was the most important reason they had dispatched troops. The deity race was high above and wouldn't take this line down. At this moment, on Mount Longhu, Ouyang Feng patted his chest with an impassioned expression. "Sister, give me a ticket. I'll accompany you to the ends of the universe. We'll rush through the primal chaos and cross the Dead Sea. I'll reincarnate with you." The Black Yak also shouted, "Give me a ticket too. I'll accompany Princess Yao Yao to the edge of the universe. I'll be at your beck and call. We'll fight in the ancient universe in the primal chaos." Then the thick-skinned old donkey and the Manchurian tiger all cried out, "Do you really think you can cross over without any risk and seize fortunes so easily? To tell you the truth, even saints will die if they enter that area. Even peerless experts might fall there." Yao Yao's words immediately made them listless, and they wanted to retreat. Finally, the deity race's cold voice came through from outer space. It was a saint speaking. "Yao Yao, who do you think you are? Are you still the princess from back then? Your race has been annihilated, and now you're nothing more than a strand of obsession. You're nothing after leaving Earth and the heavenly vine. Back then, my race could dye the starry skies with your blood and cause you to perish. Now, we can completely destroy you. Just wait to be obliterated." It was rare for someone from the deity race to say such ruthless words. Moreover, it was a saint who had spoken personally. Normally, they used their actions to demonstrate their strength. "You ask me who I am? Let me tell you, I'm number 1 under the starry skies. Back then, I killed your race's so-called geniuses and proud sons of heaven. Their heads rolled to the ground and fell in droves. I even annihilated the winged godhead that your race had nurtured and was said to be revered under the starry skies. Not long ago, I killed your saints and quasi-saints for the sake of my obsession. In my eyes, be in the past or present, your so-called important members of the deity race are all clay chickens and pottery dogs." Yao Yao's domineering words displayed her peerless confidence. It really made everyone from the deity race turn ashen. Each and every one of them was about to explode from anger. However, they couldn't say anything because this was indeed Yao Yao's battle record. Every race in the universe knew that she had suppressed the deity race to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that the race's bigwigs couldn't sit still any longer and didn't dare to send any more geniuses, they also didn't dare to let the saints and Yao Yao continue to fight on the heavenly vine's spiritual battlefield. They personally took the field, crossed the universe, and killed Yao Yao in midair. The consequences were unimaginable. That was because if this were to continue, the deity race would suffer 100 defeats without a single victory. In outer space, a group of old monsters' faces were completely red. They flew into a rage out of humiliation. As for the tens of thousands of men from the deity race, they were even more furious. Their roars shook the heavens, and the entire solar system was in turmoil. Surging killing intent swept through the starry skies, intimidating everyone. There were many evolvers here, and all of them came from different galaxies. They had been paying attention to this matter and hadn't retreated yet. Now they were all shaken. Indeed, it's somewhat terrifying. The deity race's blood chi is intimidating to the soul. When the deity race doesn't have 10,000, they can't be defeated by 10,000. This is most likely not a lie. An older generation evolver sighed with a grave expression. That was because all of them felt that kind of blood chi. The faint golden blood chi and willpower emitted by the tens of thousands of members of the deity race had condensed together. They were resonating and magnifying, and their overall strength was increasing explosively. It was truly boundlessly terrifying. Yao Yao, you demonists must pay the price for your words and actions. Today, we will destroy this starry sky and thoroughly bury your race. An ancient saint's voice was ice-cold from the deity race's side. It invaded everyone's bones. Kill, exterminate this race and destroy this planet. Make them disappear forever. The 10,000 men from the deity race shouted in unison. Their murderous intent soared into the heavens and shook the starry skies. Whoosh! Among the deity race's army, a large flag fluttered in the cosmic wind. It was practically about to shake the entire solar system. Countless creatures across the universe saw this scene. The Evolvers on the Origin Beast platform and the Black Blood Arena were in an uproar. They had a premonition that an enormous storm was coming. Was the deity race really going to throw caution to the wind and start a massacre? On Earth, Yuchi Kong was sitting on a green bamboo boat. He was frowning and feeling complicated. The false one in his eyes, Chu Feng, was too good at jumping around. He had actually caused such a huge ruckus. Being too rigid makes it easy to break. He doesn't know how to endure silently. Provoking the deity race like this is really inviting disaster. In the end, you won't have a good ending. At this moment, the Earth's true one was sitting in front of Yuchi Kong in a hazy white mist. He was also sitting there with his brows furrowed and his mouth shut. Buzz! At this moment, the moon shone and a terrifying aura pervaded the air. Immediately, everyone was frightened because Yao Yao had used the moon to kill people from the deity race 2 days ago. However, this time, the deity race's army was very far from the moon. When they saw the light, they immediately crossed the starry sky as a whole and retreated again and again, not daring to approach. Yao Yao, Chu Feng, I'll give you one more chance. Come out and accept your punishment. This way, the deity race will be lenient and let all the barbarians on Earth go. We'll leave them with their lives. At most, we'll let this planet become a slave planet. In the outer realms, the deity race's saints shouted loudly. This kind of aloof attitude and the appearance that everything was within his grasp made Chu Feng and Yao Yao immediately unhappy. In the outer realms, the other races were also trembling. The deity race hadn't changed. Even though they had suffered a great loss 2 days ago and left the solar system in defeat, they were still as tyrannical and powerful as ever after returning today. What did this mean? They had confidence this time, so they dared to humiliate them like this. Chu Feng's reply was very blunt. Who does the deity race think they are? I've already slaughtered a saint and eliminated your so-called ancestor, your so-called big shot. What can you do? What's there to be arrogant about now? You've all been defeated by me. Let's not talk about other things. If you have the guts, come down and enter Earth first, then we'll talk. He was very certain that the people from his race wouldn't be able to come down. Chu Feng, you must pay a bloody price for your words. No matter who you are, you must die for blaspheming the deity race's people. Even if you're the lord of a high and mighty race or an earth-shattering big shot in the universe. If the deity race wants you dead, you have no choice but to die. No one can go against my race's will. There has never been an exception. Do you know why this place was still destroyed when it was ranked 11th in the universe and was glorious and splendid? It's because your ancestors went against my race that your entire race was annihilated. The cold voice of a saint from the deity race came through, enraging all the evolvers on Earth. After that, this person waved his hand, and tens of thousands of people formed into a group. Immediately, people shouted and horses galloped. Murderous intent surged, and cold armor and dazzling weapons trembled. It was frightening. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void was trembling. After that, they didn't attack Earth. Instead, they all turned into flowing light and approached the sun. Then, they attacked as a whole, releasing terrifying energy beams to destroy that giant fireball. There's a domain left behind by a sage master on Earth. It's hard to break it in a short time, so we'll destroy the sun here. Let us see how long a dark earth can last without the sun's illumination. We'll let you personally experience the most terrifying dark and ice-cold era of bloodshed. Several saints roared together with insolence and boundless delight. They wanted to destroy the sun outside Earth and create a desolate starry sky without warmth. They wanted the Earth to die slowly. Ouyang Feng was immediately anxious. The golden stripes all over his body shone, and he stuck out his toad belly as he roared toward the outer realms. F***CK. This group of people is too sinister. Deity race, you sons of B***cheese. You shouldn't be called deity race. You should be called heavenine race. You're too much of a grandson to bully people like this. Truly a group of vile people. In the outer realms, every race's life forms were palpitating. The deity race had shed all pretenses of cordiality and was unscrupulous. Today, they had the attitude of completely destroying the solar system. A single saint from a deity race could destroy a planet, not to mention several saints working together in addition to a terrifying army of 10,000. This was simply too terrifying. It was earth-shattering, and the entire solar system was trembling. That boiling energy engulfed the starry sky and was about to drown the giant fireball in front of them. Even though these people's bodies were very small compared to the planet, the energy they were displaying now was terrifying and capable of destroying the world. On Earth, many evolvers were trembling. Their faces were pale as they sensed the arrival of an apocalyptic aura. However, a strange change occurred in the sun all of a sudden. It became increasingly glaring and almost transparent. A mirror that was dazzling to the extreme soared into the sky. All kinds of densely packed domain runes were circulating on it as it blossomed with radiance. Its material was special. It was polished from the most precious magnetic marrow. Now, with a boom, all the energy light attacking the sun was reflected and rebounded. It formed a vast ocean of energy that poured behind them in torrents. Damn it, the Sage Master also set up a large-scale, saint-slaying domain in the sun. It's illuminated through that magnetic mirror. The saints from the deity race roared and led their men in retreat. Naturally, they had secret treasures on them. They led their race's army across the starry sky and fled at top speed. They rushed toward Earth, wanting to use it as a shield to block the attack. The energy behind them was too astonishing. It was like a raging storm that was beating and engulfing the void. It looked as though it was about to catch up. They tore through the void and fled at top speed. But in the end, there were still some scarlet, lava-like destructive energy waves that struck some of the troops, causing them to let out mournful cries. At least 800 deity race members were vaporized from the face of the earth. They were struck by that saint-slaying domain and exploded into masses of bloody mist on the spot. Their blood splattered across the starry sky. The others roared angrily. Their blood energy and willpower condensed into one. It was like an ancient colossus or a deity tearing through the starry sky to escape. This kind of tragedy was a great blow to the deity race. They had mustered a large force, but in the end, they were at a disadvantage. 800 people died a violent death as soon as they made their move. Among them were many high-level evolvers who turned into ashes. Those were all heroes with great potential. During this process, Yao Yao was playing with a sparkling and translucent stone on Mount Longhu. It was polished from the magnetic marrow and was now overflowing with colors and blossoming with divine radiance. Everything was because Yao Yao's magnetic marrow was glowing and resonating with the domain in the starry sky. It released information and activated the magnetic mirror in the sun, leading to this disastrous outcome. Deity race is unrivaled when there are less than 10,000 of them. This kind of legend might be mercilessly broken today. The deity race's prestige will be weakened. The famous guests and old monsters from many large races revealed astonishing divine radiance in their eyes. Some were shocked, while others were laughing mischievously. They were all looking forward to the development of the situation. Do you want to die? Or do you want to die? At this moment, Yao Yao's words were clearly transmitted to the starry sky. Not long ago, she had said such words. At that time, the deity race's army was laughing coldly. They didn't take this seriously and even ridiculed Yao Yao. In the end, the same words were transmitted once again. Everyone's faces alternated between green and white. They were incomparably unsightly. Boom! Suddenly, the entire solar system dimmed. An incomparably terrifying fluctuation was being released and spreading. Then, like raging waves beating against the shore, it came crashing down with a rumble. Following this, a pair of terrifying eyes as big as the moon appeared in the solar system. The light golden eyeballs shocked the human world. It was too terrifying. Those eyes were cold and emotionless, making even saints palpitate. They couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb as a chill seeped into their internal organs. The Sage Master is dead. This star shall be annihilated, and the remaining evil shall disperse. These were his words. They were cold and emotionless, suppressing the entire solar system. The terrifying fluctuation made all living beings tremble in fear. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. This was a kind of natural suppressive might. It was matchless and intimidating to the soul. Next, a large hand appeared. It was as black as ink and absorbed all the starlight in the cosmos. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything. It was boundlessly huge and wanted to cover the sun, Pluto, Neptune, and the others. It extended all the way to destroy the celestial bodies here. At this moment, the souls of the evolvers on Earth were trembling. This was an unimaginable suppressive might. At the same time, outside of Earth, the experts from various races in the cosmos, including the saints, felt their hearts empty. They felt the emptiness of the destruction of the starry sky, as well as the pressure. Both their bodies and souls were horrified. Heavens, is this the end of the world? The planet that was once ranked 11th in the cosmos is going to be completely removed. Is this the deity race's ancient ancestor making a move? No wonder the deity race is fearless and threatened to destroy this declining land. Now it seems that their determination is too great. Those weren't empty words. They're really going to kill us. In the vast starry sky, who knew how many powers were watching? Every living being held their breath as they stared at this shocking scene that was enough to be recorded in the annals of the cosmos. It's over. Earth is finished. It will no longer exist. What a pity. A civilization that was once incomparably resplendent has reached the end of its destruction. In the end, no one can resist the deity race's attack. Countless people sighed inwardly. The curtains were about to fall on Earth, and this celestial body was about to disappear. That was because the deity race's big shots had the power of invincibility. The entire void of the solar system was trembling. All the celestial bodies seemed like they were about to explode. The eyes as big as the moon and the large hand as black as ink were boundlessly terrifying. With a buzzing sound, a beam of light suddenly burst forth and illuminated the solar system that was being suppressed by the deity race's terrifying giant. It was no longer dark, and light had reappeared. Void illumination. People cried out in alarm. Even the deity race's troops were uneasy and terrified. That was definitely a technique used by a supreme big shot. One scene after another appeared and was reflected in the solar system. It dispersed the darkness and was reflected in everyone's eyes. That was something that happened countless light years away, but it had appeared here. There was an unimaginable powerhouse taking action and displaying supreme divine might. Everyone saw that it should be the desolate edge of the cosmos. There was primal chaos mist pervading the air, and a terrifying killing tribulation taking form. There was an enormous corpse of an ancient god floating. A bronze coffin with spots of rust appeared and crossed that area. Then, it turned into a beam of flowing light and tore through the cosmos as it arrived at an extreme speed. The next moment, one of the deity race's planets was pierced through by this bronze coffin. With a bang, it blossomed like fireworks. It was very dazzling and then extinguished in the end. The bronze coffin was too fast as it entered the depths of the cosmos. That's an incomparably important resource planet of our race. It contains priceless mother of gold. A saint from the deity race roared angrily. At the same time, there was a terrified expression on his face. That person is still alive. He's returned. Another saint's voice was trembling as he lost his composure in an instant. In a split second, the starry skies of the cosmos were silent. Then, there was a sudden outburst of boiling noises because many people knew that the legendary person had appeared alive again. A heaven illuminator. Back then, he could already contend against experts of this level. Now, he's also a heaven illuminator? Some people were terrified. Earth Mount Longhu. Chu Feng realized that Yao Yao had been very calm all along as she gazed into the depths of the cosmos. He understood that Yao Yao was waiting for that person. She had long since known what was going to happen, so she lured the deity race here and caused a ruckus. From then on, before she left with that person, she would shake the cosmos and intimidate the deity race. Everything was within her expectations. Looking at her confident demeanor and peerless appearance, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Yao Yao's tyranny and peerless elegance weren't unreasonably ostentatious. Instead, she indeed had that kind of confidence. Chapter 577. In the starry sky, the pair of eyes that were as big as the moon instantly turned from pale gold to frightening. They were like two giant golden lanterns suspended in the dark universe, merciless and cold. Apart from this place, every other place was very dusky. He saw the images of the void illumination. One after another, they were projected from the desolate edge of the universe and transmitted from the depths of the universe. The rusty coffin was moving forward too quickly. Originally, the solar system was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. But because the coffin was reflected from countless galaxies, it caused this place to glow, and the scenery gradually became visible. Interesting. A person who's already dead can still come back to life? That's quite impossible. This unimaginable giant from the deity race spoke. His voice reverberated, causing Pluto, Neptune, and Saturn to tremble slightly. Hearing this, everyone from the deity race immediately relaxed from their previous nervousness. That's right. Our ancient ancestor took the risk to cross the desolate edge of the universe and enter the primal chaos to explore the broken ancient universe. He once found some evidence of that person's death. How can he still be alive? Countless races were watching the battle from all over the starry sky. Many people were shocked and incomparably expectant at the same time. That was because the reappearance of the coffin meant that a peerless battle might occur next. It was no less than a cosmic earthquake. Many people held their breaths and paid close attention nervously. If this person were to return, it was possible that the deity race would be shaken. Even if it really is you, so what? I've long since wanted to settle accounts with you. Back then, when I was just starting to rise, I could only kill the saints here. I still couldn't face you. And now isn't the same anymore. The golden eyes that were as big as the moon emitted a terrifying radiance. His voice was cold and emotionless. He knew who was coming, but he still wanted to attack. His pupils were faint as if they were connected to hell. In the depths of his eyes were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as scenes of thousands of planets being destroyed. That was because those were all battles he had experienced in his long years. He had personally destroyed countless powerful races, and his hands were stained with blood. Oh, I smell the familiar scent of blood again. This was once the 11th planet in the universe. Back then, I massacred everyone here. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. I chopped off the heads of those old sages and looked at their despairing faces. It was such a pleasure. The old scenes are still vivid in my mind. His voice was low and unhurried. He clearly knew that a powerful opponent was about to rush over, yet he still spoke like this. This was definitely a provocation, and even more so, a show of contempt towards the races of Earth. At this moment, he attacked slowly and firmly. That pitch-black hand covered the starry skies and grabbed toward Earth, bringing along endless energy. It was like a black hole in the universe, and the starry skies were once again shrouded in darkness. I will destroy this planet. What can you do? How can you stop me? His golden eyes shone, reflecting the vague outline of his face. When he opened his mouth, his snow-white teeth looked somewhat terrifying. This should be a creature with unordinary appearance, but the energy and aura it released made it unapproachable, terrifying to the extreme. The huge black hand passed over the other planets and slammed down on the Earth. It was grand and terrifying. It was hard to imagine how huge his conjured form was when he didn't reveal it. It was as if he was about to shatter the solar system. On Earth, many evolvers turned pale and couldn't help but tremble. This was a calamity that could destroy the world. Who could escape? The large hand reached over, about to destroy heaven and earth. It was simply unstoppable. Chi. Suddenly, it wasn't just the Earth that shone at this moment. The moon also poured out runes. Even Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Uranus, and the sun blossomed with terrifying runes. They formed a world-shocking domain that interweaved together. The entire solar system became glaring and shaken. The people in the outside world were immediately stunned. They were all scared out of their wits, especially those experts in the solar system. Even the saints felt their scalps go numb. Who said one could enter and leave this place at will? The entire solar system had actually been set up with a large-scale domain. Back then, the Sage Master had returned and made a terrifying arrangement. Now it was displaying its might. The large black hand that was approaching Earth was illuminated by the light, and then pierced through by the peerless sword Chi. Golden blood sprayed out, and the scene was somewhat frightening. The 9 major planets, and even some giant meteorites, were all flowing with brilliant colors. There were precious materials, such as magnetic essence, buried within. They were engraved with powerful runes and formed a killing field. God-punishing domain. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. His body trembled, and his face turned pale. This was a terrifying domain specially set up to kill deities. Back then, it had killed countless experts from the deity race. Their heads were like dumplings falling down with a pitter-patter. Back then, the Sage Master was filled with grief and indignation. He attacked in anger, causing a rain of blood to overflow the skies. He charged through the danger zone and broke away from the encirclement and directly massacred a certain division of a deity race. It was precisely such a battle that every race could not forget. Sage Master, you malignant tumor, do you really think you can kill me by leaving behind these tattered runes? This big shot's voice was cold. In any case, his palm was bleeding and he was already injured. If even he was like this in this declining land, the deity race wouldn't be very glorious. Swoosh. He moved once again. That large hand rapidly shrank, and the target was no longer so obvious. He wanted to break away from the god-punishing sword Chi and escape from this dangerous place. However, regardless of whether it was the sun, Earth, or other planets and moons, all of them burst forth with divine radiance and slashed toward him. The sword Chi reached the heavens and tore apart the universe. In the distance, the saints hiding on the side were trembling in fear and incomparable panic. They were afraid that they would also become the target of strangulation. After all, they were also in this galaxy. Fortunately, the god-punishing domain was currently only targeted at the deity race's big shots. Who would have thought that the normally tranquil solar system would immediately turn into a killing field? At this moment, the high-level members of the machine race, who were many light years away, had unsightly expressions. They had previously dispatched battleships that blotted out the sky and covered the Earth toward the solar system, but now it seemed laughable. If these domains were to revive, it would be like moths flying into a flame. All the battleships would turn into fine powder. Boom! All of a sudden, the rotation of the 9 major planets became abnormal. They connected into a line and formed a bizarre sight in the solar system. Then they violently shot out divine energy radiance. Clang! It was like an immortal sword had been unsheathed and emitted a metallic sound. It was also like a dragon's roar as a terrifying scene appeared. The alignment of the 9 stars and the sun formed a straight line and formed a cosmic sword. This kind of scene stunned everyone. Regardless of whether it was the pale evolvers watching the battle or the beings from the outer realms, everyone was shocked. This was simply inconceivable. Was this the Sage Master's method? Back then, he laid down the domains and arranged the celestial bodies. Unexpectedly, he could do this. At this moment, the domain runes were bright and dazzling. The energy was pushed to the extreme. After the 9 major planets and the sun connected into a straight line, they transformed into an immortal sword and were unsheathed. Chi! The starry skies were slashed open. That large black hand was drenched in blood as it was hacked apart by the cosmic sword. Golden blood splattered in all directions, shocking the starry skies and causing every race to tremble. This was the method of a domain researcher. Back then, he wasn't even a heaven illuminator yet. No wonder he could contend against an existence of that level. He was indeed heaven-defying. The immortal sword was unsheathed, and a terrifying beam of light was incomparably huge. It hacked horizontally and vertically and hacked at the deity race's big shot. How is this possible? The people from the deity race trembled and felt somewhat panicked. Their race's terrifying existence had personally taken action, yet he was actually injured. In the starry skies, that pair of golden eyes that were even larger than the moon revealed an incomparable fury. Scenes of stars being destroyed appeared within them, as well as mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His killing intent was boundless. Sage Master, you corpse. You're separated by many eras and ancient times, yet you still want to injure me? Scram! He roared and spat out an expanse of light from his mouth. They were all flying spears formed from energy as they charged toward that immortal sword. Moreover, his body seemed to be burning. Golden light shone everywhere as the deity's power circulated. Clang! In the starry skies, those flying spears collided with the immortal sword. Sparks flew in all directions, but in the end, they were all cut in half. The immortal sword hacked down once again. The moment the enormous deity race giant opened his mouth, he was swallowing the cosmos and starry skies. It was as if he had truly turned into a black hole and was about to swallow the immortal sword. Puffed. The light was dazzling as the 9 great planets separated and once again returned to their original orbit. There, they revolved and burst forth with ripples. Now, apart from the immortal sword, there was also a divine ring that resembled the Vajra demon subduing ring. It was formed from the ripples and was moving toward the deity race giant to confine him. Hey, you big guy from the deity race, you're bragging. Come down if you have the guts. You're about to be cut into pieces, yet you still dare talk nonsense about destroying the earth? The toad's mouth was extremely annoying. He was challenging someone on Mount Longhu, and it truly shocked many people. This lord feared neither heaven nor earth. The big black yak also shouted, "Deity race, you guys are truly disappointing. This is the so-called power to destroy the earth. It's nothing much. You're about to be cut into pieces. Don't tell me you've traveled millions and millions of kilometers just to deliver your meat." Deity possession. In the starry skies, this giant let out a cold roar. His body shrunk and emitted the most resplendent light. He shrunk continuously as if he was standing in eternity. He broke away from the immortal sword and the Vajra demon subduing ring and stood in the distance in a flash. "Sage Master, I'll wait for you to come. I'll kill you today." His voice became increasingly cold and merciless. In the starry skies of the cosmos, an ancient bronze coffin traversed through the starry skies. It passed through wormholes and continuously realized spatial transitions. It was approaching the solar system at an unimaginable speed. Just now, the obstruction of those domains had bought him enough time to kill his way through. He entered the Milky Way and then rushed toward the solar system. The ancient coffin had floated in the desolate edge of the cosmos for who knew how many years. It was covered in cosmic dust and had a sense of vicissitudes of time. It was mottled with dense rust, but it was also so intimidating. Sage Master, that person from back then has appeared again. So he really didn't die. The Sage Master has returned. Is he going to fight the deity race once again? In the cosmos, the masters of many powerful races cried out in alarm. Their hearts throbbed as they stared at the Milky Way. Boom! The void shattered, and the bronze coffin emerged from the solar system. It reappeared on this old land and directly confronted the deity race's giant. Sage Master, I want to see whether you're dead or alive. The deity race's expert roared. Golden light surged and burned the heavens, almost causing the entire solar system to explode. He revealed his true body. His entire body was golden and dazzling. He was very tyrannical. He lifted his large foot and took a step forward. He brandished his deity fist, and the light tore through the starry skies. It illuminated the entire solar system and made the sun lose its splendor. He attacked the bronze coffin. Crack! The bronze coffin's lid opened a crack, and a simple and unadorned whip appeared. It was the Sage Master's star-studded whip from back then. It suddenly stood up and met the opponent. Boom! Chapter 578. The deity race's giant Luo Chicheng was too terrifying. Every inch of his skin was spewing out golden energy. When it boiled, it burned the sky and tore the void apart. Without a doubt, the golden radiance he was releasing was enough to ignite one planet after another. It could truly be considered a world-destroying power with unparalleled might. This kind of power and method was enough to wipe out some powerful races in one strike. It would ignite the planet they were on and turn it into cosmic ashes. In the starry skies, it was unknown how many leaders from various races felt their bodies go cold from head to toe. Just now, they were just watching the show, waiting for the deity race's supreme position to be challenged. But now, it was as if cold water had been poured over their heads. The deity race was still as terrifying and unattainable as ever. They still possessed the power to govern. Who else but the Sage Master could resist them? In the starry skies, many races could only be killed in one strike, even if they joined hands. Light splashed in all directions from the bronze coffin. It was as if a sea of stars was boiling and erupting. Outsiders couldn't see the true scene, but they felt that it possessed supreme power. At this moment, the star-studded whip, simple and divine, split open the cosmic space. It brought along boundless runes and poured down in torrents, bombarding the deity race's giant Luo Chicheng's fist. This was an intense collision. The void was annihilated, and heaven and earth were torn apart. The cosmic space was like a tattered painting being torn apart by a hurricane. There were some incomparably large meteorites around them. They were all small planets, but in the end, they melted in the blink of an eye and disappeared as if they had evaporated from the world. The energy between the two was too tyrannical. It could destroy all matter. If it weren't for the Sage Master's peerless domains on Neptune and Pluto in the solar system, they would have suffered heavy damage. That was because this was a battle that could destroy the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Chicheng fell back. The starry skies exploded with every step he took. It was as if a black cosmic abyss had appeared. The energy coming out of his feet was too vigorous. He was at a disadvantage in the first exchange and was pushed back by the star-studded whip. However, he wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, a cold smile appeared on his face. His golden pupils became increasingly resplendent, and his killing intent became more intense. He was breathing deeply, and the starry sky was undulating. The starlight that filled the sky surged over like the tide and entered his body. The deity breathing technique was known as the ultimate technique, and it possessed an ability that ordinary people could not imagine. Sage Master, are you still lying in the coffin and not coming out? Do you still have a single breath left in you, or have you really died? If you've really died, then these arranged domains won't last long. Luo Chicheng, the deity race's big shot, spoke with a chilly aura. His murderous aura engulfed the entire solar system, and at this moment he became the only one in the starry skies. He was too resplendent as he stood amidst the golden light. As he circulated his breathing technique, his entire body became increasingly dazzling. The experts of the various races who had entered the solar system earlier and were watching the battle from outside Earth had long since hidden behind Mercury, Mars, Saturn, and other planets. Otherwise, they would be affected and suffer incomparably. Heavenly Summon. Luo Qiqing's voice reverberated in this space, like the ringing of an ancient bell, rumbling in everyone's hearts. He was like a peerless overlord who had walked out from hell and was on his way back. He wanted to revive in the human world and control the universe. Energy surged violently and covered the starry skies. As soon as this method was used, the expressions of many powerful race leaders in various galaxies changed. All the spectators felt their hearts palpitate as they felt an innate suppression. Boom, 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 from the darkness, from the unknown parts of the cosmos, golden bones flew over one after another. They burned, carrying blazing golden light, illuminating the sea of stars one after another. Then they entered the solar system, bringing with them the sounds of the great Tao, as well as all types of astonishing, irregular scenes. They collided with Luo Qiqing, merging with him. Heavenly Summon. The effect he displayed was countless times more powerful than Luo Hong's. It covered the sky and intimidated all the races in the starry skies. Of course, Luo Hong's level was too low at that time. He was only in the visualization realm, so it was difficult for him to manifest the might of Heavenly Summon. Now, it was completely different. The world was trembling, and the starry skies of the universe were trembling. One golden bone after another and golden skin fused into Luo Qiqing's body, causing his energy aura to rise explosively. It was as if he was a completely different person. At this time, the golden bones that flew over from the unknown space all brought with them strange phenomena. Some had immortal qi curling in spirals and were shrouded in white mist. Some emitted dragon roars, and some were accompanied by the phantom of a true phoenix. Divine birds circled around them and bathed in dazzling golden light. Thump, thump, thump. Luo Qiqing's body was trembling. One golden bone after another was summoned and fused with him, making him an incomparably dazzling mass of light in the cosmos. Any expert could sense that his energy intensity was rapidly increasing. It had increased by a large amount and was growing several times over. Sage Master, I've longed for this battle for a long time. Regardless of whether you're alive or a corpse, I'll destroy you today and eradicate a great disaster. Luo Qiqing roared tyrannically. His long golden hair grew explosively, and his entire body's blood energy was like an ocean. It seeped out from his skin and immediately enveloped this space. Rumble. Lightning interweaved around him, and huge thunderbolts appeared one after another. It was like a divine radiance that could split open the heavens. The first wisp of light from the absolute beginning slashed open the starry skies. At this time, there was a problem with the 9 planets in the solar system. It was as if they were going to stagnate and head towards destruction. Without a doubt, if it weren't for the domains left behind by the Sage Master in the past, any celestial body would be destroyed and there wouldn't be any 9 planets left. They would be drowned in his blood, energy, and completely destroyed by his dense energy. The manifestation of a deity. Even some of the older generation saints let out gasps of surprise and felt somewhat powerless. Luo Qiqing in this state was simply unfathomable. He had a heaven-warping and peerless attitude. Kill. The powerhouse of the deity race, Luo Qiqing, erupted and took a step forward. The heaven and earth pulsed along with him as he raised his fist to attack. The area where he stood formed a space of its own. It was as if no technique could invade it and was enveloped in golden light. However, the fist seal he struck out was tyrannical and could injure others. Boom! The solar system trembled, and a huge explosion occurred at the bronze coffin. The 9 planets and the sun burst forth with domain runes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to block it at all. Outside the solar system, there were planets exploding and burning. This was the might of a deity. Despite being so far away, there was still such a terrifying might. This caused the Origin Beast platform, the Black Blood Arena, and other places to boil with heated discussions. The evolvers of every race were discussing just how high Luo Chiching's energy index was. Where's the bronze coffin? Why can't I see it? It couldn't have been shattered by the deity fist, could it? This so-called deity summoning. Where did those golden bones come from? Is it a special energy? I heard that these golden bones flew out from a broken ancient universe at the edge of the universe. I don't know if it's true or not. How's the Sage Master? Everywhere, countless people were watching nervously. Boom! The star-studded whip lashed out, similarly carrying lightning and flames. It illuminated the solar system and blasted that fist seal away. It formed a terrifying mushroom cloud and was then annihilated. Clang, clang, clang. It was at this time that the 9 planets trembled together. Afterward, they emitted a dazzling brilliance, as though immortal chi was surging. Then, the sound of immortal swords being unsheathed could be heard. The 9 great planets were like 9 sword scabbards. After being nurtured from the ancient times until now, they nurtured 9 streaks of sword light. They were too resplendent as they rushed into the sky. They revolved, bringing with them lightning that could destroy the universe and endless auspicious colors as they hacked towards Luo Chiching. The 9 immortal swords and the 9 sword beams were all nurtured by the domain. Their murderous intent overflowed and shook the starry sky. The people in the outside world all gasped. Blood splashed out from Luo Chiching's body. He was roaring in anger because he had been struck by the swords. Blood was gushing out from all over his body. Even the so-called golden bones couldn't block the 9 immortal swords. The deity race's big shot was roaring. Golden blood chi splashed out from all over his body. He had suffered serious injuries and was strangled to death by the peerless domain the Sage Master had laid out back then. The 9 sword beams were too terrifying. Even though he had just entered the Heaven Illuminator domain, it still wasn't enough. Puffed. His arm was cut off, and his left arm fell off. Puffed. Another immortal sword slashed over. His right knee was struck and swept by the sword beam. His calf fell into the solar system, and golden blood stained the void. Heavens! Is the Sage Master going to defy the heavens? He wants to dismember the deity race's big shot. His divine might is unrivaled. In the starry sky, many old experts were crying out in surprise. They had heard of the ancient battle. Even though they knew some of the Sage Master's methods, they were still scared out of their wits. No wonder he dared to fight against Heaven Illuminators back then. To have researched domains to such an extent, it can be considered to be world-shaking and unparalleled. The experts from every race were shocked to see the Sage Master's methods. The 9 immortal swords revolved and were all engraved with densely packed domain runes. They crisscrossed the solar system and transformed into divine light. They danced up and down as they hacked at Luo Chiching, splitting the void of the universe. The deity race's big shot was struck in the chest. A beam of sword chi penetrated his body and exited through his chest, causing him to suffer serious injuries once again. At the same time, a beam of immortal light flew over and brushed past his neck. It left a terrifying wound on his neck that was dripping with fresh blood. He was almost beheaded. Luo Chiching's hair was disheveled. He had lofty ambitions and felt that he was invincible after becoming a Heaven Illuminator. He could finally suppress the legendary Sage Master and kill him here. But now, it seemed that he was still not a match for him. Boom! He smashed the starry sky and killed his way out of the solar system. He escaped through a wormhole and appeared outside the solar system with his severed arm and leg. He was gasping for breath here. The deity breathing technique circulated, and the severed arm and leg flew back to his body. They were healing and growing. His whole body was glowing and rich with life essence. Sage Master, you malignant tumor, are you still not dead? You've made arrangements in the solar system. Now that I've escaped, what other methods do you have? Luo Qiqing was unconvinced. The golden light in his eyes flourished. As expected, the 9 immortal swords didn't chase after him. In the end, they all entered the 9 planets and disappeared without a trace. The solar system regained its peace. If I don't have any more methods, I'll kill you in the outer realms. Luo Qiqing said with incomparable awe. It was at this moment that everyone was astonished. When the 9 planets revolve around the sun, they formed an arc, and the diagram was extremely beautiful. Then they were connected together like a bow. Next, the planets on the 2 sides glowed and connected together to form a bowstring. It let out a light, trembling sound, and the gathered energy was terrifying. At the same time, the sun shone and just happened to be on the bowstring. After that, a golden energy beam burst out from the sun and transformed into an arrow. With a swoosh, it shot out. Everything happened too quickly, surpassing the speed of one's thinking. Even though the deity race's big shot had a premonition that something was wrong, it was already too late to evade. A huge arrow flew over and happened to be aimed at his body that was as large as a cosmic star. Blood splashed out as the energy arrow pierced through him and exploded on his body. In a split second, Luo Qiqing let out a blood-curdling scream as he disintegrated. Everyone was dumbfounded. Earth Mount Longhu. Chu Feng was so excited that he was trembling. Was this the extension and development of a domain? It was too terrifying. Using the cosmic stars as chess pieces to set up a killing field and strangle his natural enemies. This opened a wider door for him and made him excited. He saw an unimaginable path. The deity race's big shot exploded and golden blood splattered everywhere outside the solar system. Many people were petrified and flabbergasted. What kind of method was this? Using the 9 planets as a bow and the sun as an arrow to shoot down the deity race's big shot. Sage Master, I won't rest until you're dead. This time, you're dead for sure. Luo Qiqing roared as he did his best to reform his body amidst the bloody light. Everyone was startled. Why did he still have such confidence? At this moment, another boundlessly huge figure appeared in the starry sky. After one of them descended, it brought with it a netherworld aura. Black mist covered the solar system and suppressed the world. Another resplendent golden light appeared in another direction. It was similarly boundlessly huge, and its golden eyes were as big as the sun. It was also from a deity race, but it was even more terrifying than Luo Qiqing. At the same time, there was another mysterious figure wrapped in mist. He stood in the outer realm with an intimidating aura that made even saints tremble and want to kneel. Everyone was dumbfounded. 3 heaven illuminators had appeared at the same time to suppress and kill the Sage Master. Without a doubt, Luo Qiqing's appearance and impudent words were intentional. This time, the deity race was determined to eliminate the Sage Master and had made ample preparations. Here, there were the deity race's ancient ancestor, the netherworld race's ancient ancestor, and a mysterious person. They had come to attack together and had been waiting for a long time. This was a murderous situation that was difficult to resolve. Sage Master, don't leave now that you've come. The deity race's ancient ancestor spoke. The light emitted from his sun-like golden eyes was too terrifying. Chapter 579. It was a hand with very long fingernails. It pressed hard against the edge of the coffin. The coffin was bronze green and was engraved with many indistinct vein patterns. The withered hand with nails like iron hooks was incomparably eye-catching. People's hearts trembled. They felt that this hand was extremely demonic. It lacked blood energy and was incomparably coarse and shriveled. The nails were black and shiny, and they were at least half a foot long. Crack! The coffin lid shook violently and was pushed open to reveal a thick crack. It was pitch black inside. Following that, another hand appeared from the side of the coffin. It was very powerful, and the nails scratched against the coffin with a metallic sound that made people's teeth ache. At this time, not to mention the experts from the various races in the solar system, even the evolvers in the depths of the starry skies who saw this scene through the heavenly, I felt a chill in their hearts. What was going on with the Sage Master? He wasn't the same as before. In the past, his hair was as white as snow, but his face was handsome. His palms and skin were warm and sparkling. He was a rarely seen handsome man. Now, the only two hands he revealed were somewhat sinister. It made people feel uncomfortable and even scared. Luo Qiqing's golden blood energy surged outside the solar system. He condensed his body and reappeared with a cold smile. Sage Master, have you already died? You're neither human nor ghost. Truly laughable. He looked carefree as he saw the exposed hands from the coffin. The coldness on his face intensified. Boom! Suddenly, a person rushed out of the coffin and crossed the sky. He paid no attention to Luo Qiqing and charged directly toward the deity race's ancient ancestor. The deity ancient ancestor's golden eyes were as big as the sun and looked boundlessly terrifying. The aura he emitted caused the starry skies to tremble violently. He seemed to be sitting high above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world with a ruthless and callous aura. It was similar to the Taoist ideology. The heartless heaven and earth treated all living things as straw dogs. However, at this moment, when he saw that creature slaughter its way over, he also moved, his emotions fluctuating. With a hong sound, that area of the void exploded, the dense energy aura frightening who knew how many powerful races were there. He immediately disappeared from his original position and entered the solar system. He took the initiative to attack the figure rushing out of the coffin. A golden deity palm slapped forward. It was much stronger than Luo Qiqing's. At the same time, many experts in the starry sky finally saw that figure, and all of them gasped and felt their hair stand on end. That person's entire body was covered in long black hair. It was a bit terrifying, and even his face was like this. It was as if a corpse had undergone a mutation, growing a body full of corpse hair, becoming terrifying and terrifying. At this moment, his body was growing rapidly. He was indomitable between heaven and earth, surpassing many planets. He was as tall as the deity race's ancestor as he fought against the enemy. Only the large claws were dry and withered. There was no black corpse hair on them, but they had long black and shiny nails that were like iron hooks. They shone with cold light and were extremely intimidating. Sacred teacher! At this moment, not to mention the others, even Yao Yao on Mount Longhu cried out in alarm. Then, for the first time, she revealed a sad expression in front of everyone. She felt very sorrowful. Back then, he was a heroic and imposing sage master who ruled over the heavens and subdued all his opponents in the starry skies. He was invincible, and even heaven illuminators couldn't stop him. However, he had actually become like this over the years. Yao Yao believed that this was definitely caused by the Sage Master's heavy injuries back then. He had died and then turned into a corpse. It was too lamentable for such an astonishing and brilliant person to have fallen to such a state. Yao Yao was dejected. Her own experiences were already very miserable, but she had never felt sad for herself. Now that she saw the Sage Master in this state, it was the first time she felt so sorrowful. Yao Yao couldn't help but want to cry. Even a coffin can't hold him down. Turns out he's a big fellow. The toad mumbled thoughtlessly. In the end, without waiting for Yao Yao to glare, Chu Feng hurriedly sent it flying with a kick to prevent it from being trampled to death by Yao Yao. Hee-ha! The deity race's big shot Luo Qiqing laughed and said, "Is this still the Sage Master who was as handsome as Jade back then? He actually turned into a corpse and became like this." Ha! He ridiculed to his heart's content with a callous smile on his face. His mood was becoming increasingly carefree. Rumble. At this moment, that terrifying figure covered in black hair stood tall in the starry skies. Its eyes were incomparably large and comparable to planets. It faced the deity race's ancestor head-on. Its large claws slapped forward, erupting with terrifying black light and dense energy. Within the solar system, runes flickered on all the major planets, and domain beams interweaved. And at the edge of the solar system, there were no domains protecting it. At this moment, some small planets were burning one after the other, turning into balls of flames that illuminated the starry skies. The scene was terrifying. Sage Master, you've finally come out after lying dormant for so many years. It's quite lamentable that you've ended up like this. Back then, I launched an attack against you across the starry skies and severed your vitality, putting you in a hopeless situation of life and death. Who would have thought that you'd stubbornly drag on your damaged body and not die? Now, you've even come back to life. So today, I'll send you on your way. Outside the solar system, the Netherworld race's ancestor spoke. His voice seemed to have come from hell. As he breathed, his entire body emitted black light, and his Netherworld aura surged to the heavens. Boom! As he moved, the starry skies split open. He charged into the solar system and decisively attacked the figure covered in corpse hair. He showed no mercy. As the Netherworld breathing technique circulated, his entire body became eerie as though he had transformed into a demonic god. He suppressed the sun and the 9 major planets to the point where they almost stopped revolving. At this moment, even the void froze. Around him, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. One planet after another was destroyed. These were all strange phenomena that had happened in the past. Among them, some of the strange phenomena were the tragedies that had happened on Earth during the ancient times. There were also scenes that targeted the people here. Father, Yao Yao bit her red lips. Her beautiful face was mournful. She saw her father in those scenes and knew how he had fallen. There was a middle-aged man there. He was incomparably powerful, but he was besieged and dragged along his heavily injured body. The final fatal blow came from the Netherworld race's ancestor. 5 pitch-black fingers pierced through his head, and blood splattered across the starry skies. Sage Master died. At this moment, the deity race's ancestor and the Netherworld race's ancestor joined hands and sandwiched that enormous figure in the middle. They attacked with a rumble, and energy surged as they wanted to kill him. Moreover, at the most crucial moment, the figure shrouded in mist outside the solar system also crossed the sky and decisively attacked. He didn't hesitate any longer. Count me in as well. How can I miss out on such a joyous matter as completely obliterating the Sage Master? Luo Qiqing laughed loudly and pounced over. The 4 great experts all used their exceptional divine abilities. Astonishing rays of light emerged and drowned out that area. They attacked that person from 4 directions together. Obviously, this was a fatal blow that simply couldn't be avoided. That figure was fighting the deity race's ancestor with all his might. He wanted to take him down with him. Corpses are psychic and can even illuminate the heavens. You can be considered stunning since ancient times. But in the end, you're going to die. Sage Master, just perish completely. I've waited a long time for you since the ancient times. As long as I kill you, there's nothing to worry about. The rest are just trash. Today, I've eradicated this tumor. From now on, your race can be completely annihilated. There's no need to keep you. These cold words revealed the killing intent of the Heaven Illuminators. In order to kill the Sage Master, they could let go of everything else. That was because, as they saw it, only the Sage Master was too stunning among the survivors after the ancient war. They were worried that he would break through to the supreme domain one day. Now, they could finally cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Boom, 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 boom. Luo Qiqing and the 3 great ancestors attacked together. There was no suspense at all. Who in the universe could resist the all-out attack of evolvers of this level? Puffed. That huge figure covered in black hair exploded. The black blood in his body carried a slight fishy smell as it splattered in the starry skies, shocking every race. The Sage Master died just like that. He was a saint of a generation. Who would have thought his end would be so miserable? Not only did he turn into a corpse, but he was also beaten until his body exploded. Not even his bones remained. Throughout the universe, countless old patriarchs who had survived since the ancient times were sighing. They had experienced that era and knew very well how peerless the Sage Master's talent was. He used domain methods to keep the heaven illuminators in check. He moved unhindered through the starry skies, intimidated his enemies, and fought for the last chance of survival for his mother planet. If it wasn't for him, who would be afraid of heaven illuminators? Even if they couldn't break through the solar system's domains and couldn't force their way in, they could still turn this place into a land of death. Sage Master, you're finally dead. Now, let this solar system be buried with you. Wipe them all out. The Netherworld race's ancestor laughed out loud. However, they didn't dare to act immediately. Instead, they went all out to destroy the exploded corpse and burn the black blood. They were afraid that the Sage Master would rise from the ashes and come back to life. Boom! All of a sudden, the Netherworld race's ancestor exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His bones, flesh, and hair were everywhere. He had been blasted apart by someone using the star-studded whip. At the same time, the deity race's ancestor roared angrily. His voice shook the heaven and earth. His waist was struck and cut in half. Golden blood poured out in torrents and submerged a certain region of the solar system. Some small planets melted completely and then evaporated. How is this possible? The deity race's ancestor was shocked and furious. He saw a figure that was too fast just now. They hadn't even sensed it when he attacked. This was the moment when they were the most careless after attacking the black-haired corpse monster. They were still destroying the Sage Master's corpse when a figure mysteriously appeared and attacked them. His hair was as white as snow and his face was handsome. Even though he lacked the color of blood, one could still see how handsome he was in the past. Back then, he was as handsome as jade, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. When the body covered in black hair rushed out of the copper coffin, he followed it out without a sound or a trace. He used a domain technique to conceal his aura and merge into the void. Even heaven illuminators couldn't sense him until he attacked. Only then did he reveal himself. Without a doubt, this was the use of a peerless domain. That was because no one could hide it from heaven illuminators. Only when a domain was developed to its most dazzling stage could this result be achieved. Otherwise, no one could mount a sneak attack on a heaven illuminator. He was the true Sage Master. With the star-studded whip in hand, he immediately blew up the Netherworld race's ancestor. At the same time, he cut the deity race's ancestor in half at the waist, causing blood to splatter across the starry skies. However, at this level, it was too difficult to kill him. The most mysterious expert shrouded in mist let out a roar and pounced on the Sage Master. He wanted to fight a life and death battle to buy time for the two races' ancestors to recover. Luo Qiqing was incomparably shocked and furious, but he was also a bit terrified. The Sage Master hadn't died and had actually injured the two great ancestors instead. Buzz! In the solar system, the 9 planets glowed and blossomed with ripples. In the end, the 9 halos fused into one and became a resplendent demon subduing ring, trapping Luo Qiqing. Boom! While the Sage Master was fighting the mysterious expert, he immediately turned around and attacked. The star-studded whip in his hand struck Luo Qiqing, who was imprisoned by the demon subduing ring. With a puff, Luo Qiqing exploded and a golden mist of blood filled the air. Everywhere in the universe had long since been shocked into silence. No one had expected such an earth-shattering event to take place. A heaven illuminator could see through everything, yet he was actually counter-killed. Boom! The Sage Master brandished the star-studded whip once again and fiercely lashed at the bloody mist. Luo Qiqing's spiritual will was about to collapse as he let out a mournful scream. At the same time, the bronze coffin traversed the void and entered Earth, landing on Mount Longhu. With glistening tears in her eyes, Yao Yao glanced back with a smile and bid farewell to Chu Feng and the others. She was about to leave. Chapter 580. This is the so-called ship? Ouyang Feng's toad, eyes bulged. Yao Yao had once said that a ship would come to fetch her, but in the end, it was actually a bronze coffin. In the depths of Mount Longhu, an energy pagoda appeared. It was suffused with immortal mist, hazy and extraordinary, and there was a piece of longevity gold overflowing with light and color inside. Goodbye. With that, Yao Yao rushed into the pagoda with a swoosh and disappeared into the longevity gold. Hey Yao Yao, how do we find you? What's the situation with the place you're going? Chu Feng inquired. He wanted to understand the details and the path there. Yeah, sister, if you just leave like this, how will we find you in the future? Shouted Ouyang Feng. Yellow cattle, the black yak, and the great demons of Kunlun sighed. They were reluctant to part and shouted from behind, hoping to understand more about the situation. The broken universe I'm going to is extremely dangerous, and the journey is even more arduous. I need to pass through the primal chaos zone at the edge of the universe before I can enter. At present, even saints will have a slim chance of survival if they go there. Even heaven illuminators might die if they go in rashly. It's vast and boundless, many times larger than our universe. It's impossible to explore to the end. That broken region is accompanied by primal chaos. Even now, some ancient races still reside there. Some of them are gods and demons of the primal chaos. Their strength is unfathomable and unbeatable. Some people say that the broken ancient universe is only a transitional zone. Yao Yao's simple narration made people think of many things. The hearts of those present couldn't calm down. Then, the energy pagoda glowed and rushed into the bronze coffin. With a clang, the coffin lid closed. Mount Longhu is still my place of worship. Descenders of all races in the starry sky are not allowed to trespass. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. Yao Yao's last words were transmitted, marking this place as a forbidden area. The ancient coffin, modeled with copper and engraved with all kinds of patterns, rushed into the sky with a boom. It disappeared from Mount Longhu and entered the starry sky. It was simply too fast. This kind of speed and transition made many people stare blankly. Others couldn't do it, but the Sage Master could. He was at the forefront of the domain. Everyone sighed. If the Sage Master were to compete with the Wormhole Express Company, it was likely that the latter would have a headache. The Sage Master was blessed by the heavens and held an innate advantage when it came to using domain techniques to travel through the starry skies and realize spatial transitions. At that moment, a great battle was taking place in the starry sky. The ripples from the 9 planets fused into one, forming a demon subduing ring that firmly locked onto Luo Qiqing's blood mist, preventing it from escaping. Sage Master, you! Luo Qiqing howled. His spiritual will was about to be scattered as he was trapped in place, enduring the heavy blows of the star-studded whip again and again. One could see that the golden blood chi was being annihilated. It should have been able to envelop a planet, but now the blood mist was dissipating and disintegrating. That was because this area was densely packed with domain runes. The demon's subduing circle was shrinking, and the might of the star-studded whip was even more astonishing as it lashed out continuously at him. Was he going to slaughter a heaven illuminator? In the cosmos, all the creatures were staring at that place. Their eyes flickered as great waves surged in their hearts. Today's matter had indeed reached its peak. Kill! That incomparably powerful ancient ancestor-level entity, shrouded in white mist, surged with murderous intent as it attacked the Sage Master and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. Today, 4 great experts had come to attack. If the Sage Master were to kill one of them, then it would be too much fun. What face would they have left to speak of? At this moment, the 2 halves of the deity race's ancient ancestor's body were flowing with golden blood. They had already pieced together and emitted a dazzling radiance that illuminated the entire solar system. He was in the process of healing. He was truly furious. A moment of carelessness had actually resulted in the Sage Master's successful sneak attack and his body being split in half. To a veteran expert like him, this was considered a humiliation. Two large halberds flew out of his sun-like eyes. Golden light overflowed to the heavens as he hacked at the Sage Master in a frightening manner. On the other side, the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor's body that had been smashed apart was also condensing and was about to reappear. Boom! While the Sage Master was attacking Luo Chiching, he was also treating the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor with great importance. A mirror soared up from the distant sun and burst forth with dazzling domain runes that shone toward the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor. Chi, Chi, Chi. The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor's blood mist was like ice and snow meeting the sun. Quite a bit of it melted and caused considerable damage. I was careless for a moment and actually let you injure me. Open the Netherworld space. Annihilate for me. The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor condensed in the blood mist and let out a deep roar as he manifested himself. He tore open a pitch-black space and wanted to devour everything here. He was displaying extraordinary methods. At this moment, the Sage Master brandished the star-studded whip and slashed through the void. Suddenly, not only the solar system, but even the outer realms were also glowing. Within the Milky Way, the stars in the heavens were arranging and assembling. Boom! In the distance, spears flew over one after another. They were all incomparably huge and flew toward the deity race's ancient ancestor and the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor. These were celestial weapons that were incomparably huge. They were supplied with energy by the stars in the heavens and formed from domain runes. They possessed boundless destructive power. These were specially prepared to deal with heaven illuminators. It's useless. Sage Master, you're dead for sure today, shouted the deity race's ancient ancestor. He roared, and his golden pupils made the sun dim. Two large halberds flew out of his eyes and collided with the spears, creating a sonorous sound. At the same time, the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor, Luo Chiching, and the others were also attacked by the flying spears. Luo Chiching, in particular, was in the worst situation. He was confined by the demon's subduing ring and appeared in the form of a blood mist. He couldn't break free for a moment and was continuously damaged by the powerful energy. Boom! At this moment, the deity palm struck out and helped Luo Chiching escape. At the same time, the mysterious expert's fist and the Netherworld race's sharp claws smashed over. In the end, the Sage Master was heavily injured. In front of the Sage Master, even a shield constructed from domain runes was useless. It was blasted apart and collapsed wherever it was. His body flew out and sprayed out a spray of blood. Buzz! At this moment, the copper coffin flew over with a bang. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it actually knocked the deity race's ancient ancestor flying. The Sage Master gasped for breath. As he staggered backward, he stood on the copper coffin. Then, he suddenly swung the star-studded whip. In a split second, the entire starry sky undulated like a tide. The scene was bizarre, following which, people felt that the starry sky seemed to have life. It was breathing and pulsing rhythmically. Then, it condensed into one with the Sage Master. The others were astonished. This seemed to be the ultimate breathing technique of their race. It could produce all kinds of unfathomable divine abilities and release peerless, wondrous techniques. But this should be a domain technique. How could it be like this? In the depths of the starry sky, there was an ancient existence in the field of domain research who was incomparably excited. He said, "This is a forbidden, wondrous technique, a supreme technique. When domain researchers cultivate to the extreme, they also give birth to a supreme breathing technique. That's the pulse of the cosmos where the Sage Master resides. It fuses with him and breathes at the same time. It can develop supreme, divine abilities." Boom! As expected, at this moment, the Sage Master was incomparably terrifying. He was drowned in the starry splendor of the heavens. His right arm shone as he raised his hand, and a beam of sword light hacked down, cutting apart the heaven and earth. Clang! The deity race's ancient ancestor blocked with a large halberd. Sparks flew in all directions as he shook off the sword light. However, he himself was quite shocked. He was a veteran heaven illuminator. How could the Sage Master fight him head-on? The other party wasn't using tricks this time. Killing him is merely borrowing the power of the starry sky. It can't compare to us. Besides, he had just set foot in this domain. There's nothing to fear. The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor had already condensed his true body. He was no longer in the form of a bloody mist. He was the first to charge forward and circulate his race's breathing technique. Immediately, a netherworld mist covered the starry sky, causing the stars to dim and disappear. At this moment, they had all charged out of the solar system and entered an even more spectacular region. Buzz! Suddenly, countless stars arranged themselves in this area. Then, a great furnace appeared and swallowed everyone inside. The starry sky shone brightly and transformed into flames to burn this furnace. The deity race's ancient ancestor, the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor, and the others were furious. The Sage Master was too bold. He actually dared to refine them in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! The next moment, the Sage Master stood on top of the bronze coffin and jumped out of that great furnace. He left that region. This great furnace, formed from the arrangement of the stars and emitting domain runes, was now radiating resplendent light. It was divine and flawless, and, at the same time, almost translucent. It was very grand and incomparably real. All kinds of stars in the starry sky were shining to provide energy for the great furnace. The great flames burned as it refined the four great experts. Clang! The star-studded whip in the Sage Master's hand enlarged like a river of stars. It smashed toward the great furnace, causing it to tremble and resonate. The four great experts inside trembled violently. The others were fine, but Luo Qiqing couldn't take it anymore. He had just escaped from the demon's subduing ring and revealed his true form. But in the end, he suffered another heavy blow. Is he really going to refine a heaven illuminator? Every race was dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe it. However, the Sage Master was coughing up blood. Even his white hair was wet, and his handsome face was increasingly pale. He was on the verge of collapse on the bronze coffin. In the end, he let out a soft sigh and was somewhat helpless. There's a problem with his body. After the ancient battle, his body and soul were almost destroyed, and he still hasn't solved his problem. At the same time, there's also a problem with his so-called heaven illuminator. Let's kill our way out, slaughter him, and destroy this starry sky. The deity race's ancient ancestor roared. The old powerhouse's magic power was matchless. At this moment, he struggled violently to break open the great furnace lid. Let's go. The Sage Master left decisively. There was indeed a serious problem with his body, and he couldn't stay for long. Otherwise, he would certainly die here. Once he died, his bloodline would be completely exterminated. None of the descendants left on the mother planet would survive. They were all destined to be annihilated. Where do you think you're going? The deity race's ancient ancestor was too powerful. He rushed out of the great furnace and chased after the Sage Master with a large halberd in hand. Following him was the mysterious expert and the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor. Break! The Sage Master looked back and let out a light shout. The furnace behind him exploded with a rumble, and the last person, Luo Qiqing, let out a blood-curdling screech before he could even rush out. A golden mist of blood exploded, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Even though it was difficult to kill a heaven illuminator, such an attack was still unbearable for him. At this moment, his Tao foundation had cracked because it had been destroyed many times, and this time it was even more thorough. Sage Master, if you dare leave, we'll definitely destroy your mother planet today. We'll turn that place into a land of death and exterminate all life." The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor shouted, threatening him. "Heaven Illuminator, Evolver, you dare to act rashly? I'll make you pay 1,000-fold the price. I'll send the first attack to you." The Sage Master spoke. His voice was cold, but it shook the starry sky. Void illumination. He used a great divine ability and projected the scene in the depths of the cosmos. That was the starry sky ruled by the Netherworld race. At this moment, a domain was activated, and a resource star blossomed like fireworks before exploding with a loud bang. "How dare you?" The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor roared angrily. There were sacred medicines on it, as well as a large spiritual medicine garden. In addition, there was also a powerful force from their race. In the end, they were directly annihilated. "Sage Master, do you want your race to be exterminated?" The deity race's ancient ancestor also roared. The Sage Master replied, "All these years, I've never accepted threats. As long as I'm alive, my race won't be exterminated. As the price for this ambush, your race will also receive an attack." Boom! In the distance, in the galaxy ruled by the deity race, a planet also exploded. It transformed into resplendent flames and illuminated that part of the cosmos. It was too terrifying. Without a doubt, even a resource star had a group of experts stationed and guarding it. In the end, their bodies and souls were annihilated along with that planet. Ew. In the back, the hearts of the 4 great experts were palpitating. They hadn't acted blindly without thinking for so many years because they were worried about the Sage Master. In their eyes, he was the head of a terrifying domain. Kill! They didn't dare to threaten him anymore and chased after him for millions of miles. Boom! At the same time, a large hand stretched out from the depths of the cosmos and grabbed toward the Sage Master. Another Heaven Illuminator had taken action. Naturally, such a major event alarmed every race. Swoosh! The Sage Master dodged and wasn't caught. Ancient ancestor of the spirit race, do you think I won't know it's you just because you hide your aura in your body? Stopping me at this juncture, I'll exterminate 5 stars of your race. The Sage Master shouted angrily. In the depths of the cosmos, 5 stars exploded. Light engulfed that part of the void and shocked the entire world. Without a doubt, the Sage Master had made ample preparations. He had long since set up domains on some planets ruled by hostile powers and was waiting for him to activate them. Shilin clan, you traitors. I originally had some illusions about you, but now, even you can't sit still. Wei Shilin, I've really underestimated you. Heaven Illuminator? The Sage Master berated. There was killing intent in that area, but it slowly receded and didn't dare erupt. The Sage Master turned around and suddenly turned back to attack. He detonated a part of the starry sky where there was a peerless domain. The Netherworld ancestor who was chasing him screamed miserably as he fell into a murderous calamity. Boom! The Sage Master rushed over and brandished the deity striking whip. With a sudden strike, he exploded the ancestor. Bang! Next, he used the same method to explode the deity race's ancestor. Unfortunately, this kind of character was too powerful and difficult to kill. The Sage Master's power wasn't enough. Even with the help of the peerless battlefield he had prepared many years ago and the many domain traps he had set up, he still couldn't eliminate the other party. He released a soft sigh, and then he walked into the distance, not staying behind. You deserve to die. The Netherworld ancestors' roar shook the cosmos. This was a great humiliation to him. As for the deity race's ancestor, there was no need to talk about him. Their race was high and mighty, but today they had suffered continuously. Ah, Luo Qiqing's incomparably mournful cry came from the distance. This frightened the deity race's ancestor, and he hurriedly chased after him. No, Luo Qiqing howled miserably. He was an expert at the Heaven Illuminator realm. It was difficult to kill the Sage Master with his current body problem, but he had been beaten until his Dao Foundation completely exploded. Luo Qiqing survived and could reconstruct his physical body and spirit, but he couldn't heal his Dao Foundation. His realm had fallen. and who knew how long it would take for him to recover. Goodbye. This time, the Sage Master killed his way back to the solar system. He opened a super wormhole and disappeared along with the bronze coffin. In the end, he went far away from the mother planet. Heaven Illuminators, if you personally come down and kill one of my race, I'll destroy one of their planets. Chapter 581. The Sage Master had gone far into the distance. The great battle under the starry skies had abruptly ended. However, the depths of the cosmos were still in a torrential downpour. The deity race's ancestor, the netherworld race's ancestor, and the mysterious man were truly unresigned. Additionally, the spirit race's ancestor and the others also tried to kill the Sage Master midway. They wanted to make the Sage Master stay, but they all failed. Moreover, some of the planets they controlled exploded. This was a cosmic storm that engulfed all the major galaxies. It was an earth-shattering event that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. In the depths of the starry skies came intense energy fluctuations. The experts' boundless killing intent engulfed the heavens and earth, causing many planets to tremble and about to explode. How hateful! The deity race's ancestor growled. He raised a large hand and crushed a large planet, turning it into fine powder that poured out from between his fingers. The netherworld race's ancestor's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The surrounding black mist overflowed and flooded the starry skies. Then he let out a loud roar. In front of him, a planet in this unknown galaxy directly exploded. There was also that mysterious expert. His body had shrunk, and he was sitting on a burning sun, sulking there. The Sage Master had actually escaped despite having joined forces with many parties. Moreover, during the course of the fierce battle, they had fallen into domain traps several times and suffered heavy blows from the Sage Master's star-studded whip. During this process, they had actually exploded and turned into a bloody mist. This was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. In the starry skies, an oppressive aura pervaded the air. However, on the interstellar network, in the virtual world, it was already boiling. Countless people were in heated discussion. Today's battle had shaken people's hearts and caused a tsunami in the starry skies. The Sage Master's return was actually so powerful and boundlessly domineering. He was just one person, yet he dared to contend with the various races' ancestors and fight fiercely with them. Moreover, during the battle, he combined his domain techniques and blew them up one by one. What kind of accomplishment was this? It could be said to be heaven-defying. If not for the Sage Master's health problems, a god-slaying incident might have happened today. Perhaps there would have been heaven illuminators falling, and this would have shaken the starry skies. At the very least, everyone unanimously believed that Luo Chicheng would have met with misfortune and might have been eliminated. Many people could see clearly that he was in a miserable state this time. His Tao Foundation had most likely collapsed. He could be considered the biggest loser. After a long period of accumulation, he finally stepped into that high and mighty domain. In the end, he ended up like this. His realm fell. This was the most miserable result. The Sage Master is domineering and invincible. He killed his way in and out of the solar system alone. Those few people couldn't stop him. His style is outstanding. Is this the legendary Sage Master from ancient times? Today, I've finally seen him in action. As expected of a peerlessly talented character who has walked to the forefront of the path of domains. No one can compare to him. The sea of stars was boiling. No matter how unhappy the deity race was, they couldn't stop the crowd from talking. The battle that had happened today was obvious to all, and it was impossible to hide it even if they wanted to. If it was a small-scale battle, they could still tamper with it and hide the truth. But now, this matter was known to the entire universe. The deity race, the netherworld race, and the spirit race have been slapped resoundingly in the face this time. They've lost a lot of face. Let's see how they can continue to hold their heads high and be arrogant. Don't you want to live anymore? Have you forgotten that 10 evolvers at the Golden Arhut level were burned to ashes just because they said a few words? I spoke on the virtual network. If they have the guts to find out, come and bite me. If they really want to find out, you won't be able to escape. Be careful. In the universe, there was a boiling cauldron of voices everywhere. Even the top 10 planets and the 10 most powerful races were holding a secret meeting today. The impact of this matter was too great. In the universe, the blood of all the students from the few highest academies was boiling. One person was facing several heaven illuminators alone. What kind of divine might was this? It was also the highest goal they pursued. The evolvers of the various races that had stayed in the solar system were agitated and their souls were throbbing. They had personally experienced and witnessed this battle. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Among these people were saints and golden arhats. Most of them had landed on planets like Mars, Jupiter, and Neptune. Only by borrowing the protection of the Sage Master's domain did they survive. Otherwise, some people would definitely be in big trouble. Buzz. Suddenly, the solar system dimmed and became incomparably oppressive. Black mist spread out and covered the entire void, following which a pair of cold and emotionless eyes appeared outside the Earth like a black hole. The two eyes were many times larger than the Earth as they overlooked the source of life. This was the Netherworld ancient ancestor. He had returned from the starry skies. Cold and detached, he seemed to carry the aura of the Netherworld. Boom! Another pair of golden eyes appeared. The pupils opened and were shockingly huge. They were as large as the sun as they looked down on the Earth and stared fixedly at it. At this moment, the entire solar system was silent. There was a deathly silence and not a single sound. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Even the discussions across the universe and on the interstellar network came to a sudden halt. Countless people were paying close attention and watching the live broadcast. They were all very nervous. The deity race's ancient ancestor and the Netherworld race's ancient ancestor were so close to the Earth and coldly looking down on it. Could it be that they were going to break the Sage Master's domain and turn this part of the planet into a land of death? At this moment, in the vast sea of stars, the experts of various races were watching intently. The moment to decide the Earth's fate had arrived. In the end, without a sound, the pair of golden eyes that were larger than the sun closed and suddenly disappeared from this place. Following which, the black mist surged and the pair of pitch-black eyes that were many times larger than the Earth also disappeared. The Netherworld race's ancient ancestor also retreated with the mist. The entire solar system returned to normal. It was no longer oppressive and lifeless as the energy mist dispersed. This meant that the curtains had completely fallen on this battle. In the end, the deity race, the Netherworld race, and the spirit race didn't dare to fight to the death against the Earth. That was because as long as the Sage Master was alive, this race wouldn't be exterminated. If they were to really attack, the Sage Master had always kept his word. He would definitely retaliate on a large scale and massacre the planets ruled by the enemy. Earlier on, everyone had already seen those stars blossoming like fireworks. If they were to fight to the death, there would probably be an endless rain of fireworks in the sea of stars. Who knew how many planets would completely disappear from the universe? Earth Mount Longhu. The toad was drenched in sweat and was about to collapse. He let out a long sigh of relief and said, "They're finally gone." Yellow Cattle's golden hair was also wet and stuck together. His whole body was drenched. Not long ago, he was drenched in cold sweat. Chu Feng sighed and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It's over. Before Yao Yao and the Sage Master left, they fought a battle of farewell in a domineering manner. It's beneficial for the Earth. It's finally over. The black yak, the old donkey, and the Manchurian tiger sat on the ground, exhausted. A heaven illuminator looking down on the Earth was no less than a life and death battle for all the evolvers. At that moment, their hearts were suffering from inner torment. That was because if those ancient ancestors were to get angry and attack, the entire world would be overturned. We need to keep a low profile from now on. Don't cause too much of a commotion, the black yak suggested. That makes sense. One must keep a low profile. The Manchurian tiger agreed seriously. These words naturally spread to the starry skies. Because they were caught by the clairvoyant and heavenly ear, they didn't conceal it deliberately. Immediately, some people in the outer realms revealed strange expressions. At this moment, Chu Feng contacted some people with his photon computer and urged, "Old Demon Zhao, why aren't you guys making a move? Didn't you say you were going to attack the people of damning pure land and capture their descendant, Qin Luoyin? You can't have forgotten, right? Captive my asterisk S. I'll F asterisk CK your lungs by. Outside of Earth, old Demon Zhao, old Demon Yuan, and the others didn't want to say much. They weren't willing to pay attention to Chu Feng. Even their granddaughters and grandsons were still in Chu Feng's hands, so they temporarily ignored them. How could they still have the mood to make a move after experiencing such a thing? A battle at the Heaven Illuminator level was too terrifying. It made all of them scared. Not long ago, they hid in Saturn, Mars, and other places to avoid danger. Their faces had turned green, and they regretted coming here. Let's go, let's go. Everything is over. Let's go celebrate, Ouyang Feng shouted. It was at this moment that the folded space in the depths of Mount Longhu flickered and a wormhole opened. At the same time, a notification sounded from Chu Feng's photon computer. Your package has arrived. The Wormhole Express Company wishes you a smooth and happy journey on your evolution path. Chu Feng was speechless. This express company was really quite humane. After that, he let out a strange cry and said, "The 6 paths of reincarnation pills have arrived." As expected, the goods finally arrived after waiting for many days. There were 2 pills in an exquisite jade cauldron with dazzling golden light. They shone like 2 small suns, and there were many mysterious patterns on them that resembled Tao markings. At the same time, a sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils. These 2 pills alone were worth 160 billion cosmic dollars, and this didn't even include the middleman's fees. It was so outrageously expensive that it scared people to death. Chu Feng couldn't wait any longer and directly swallowed one of the golden pills. His entire body blossomed with divine radiance in a split second, and he was enveloped in a ball of light. The cracks in his evolutionary foundation healed rapidly, and the aura of life throughout his body surged like a vast ocean. This kind of precious medicine was specially prepared for evolvers at the Golden Arhut level. It was truly too extravagant for him to consume it at this realm. Very soon, Chu Feng's evolutionary foundation was healed, and the hidden dangers in his body had completely disappeared. He was immediately full of vigor and possessed a dense vitality. The Black Yak, Old Donkey, and the others were also watching anxiously. Yes, don't be envious. Didn't we capture over 200 divine sons and saintesses this time? I guarantee that I'll give each of you a 6 paths of reincarnation pill. About this, didn't we want to keep a low profile? Old Donkey whispered. After experiencing such a major event, his calves and stomach were cramping, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Chu Feng nodded and said in all seriousness, "Yes, we have to keep a low profile. We can't publicize it wantonly. We have to sell divine sons and saintesses in a low-profile manner. Yes, quickly contact the buyers in the starry sky." Many people in the starry sky were speechless. At this moment, they didn't know how many people were paying attention to them. It was truly strange for them to say such things at this time. Damn it, low profile and selling divine sons and saintesses? This is a live broadcast in the starry sky. Finally, someone couldn't help but look down on them. On Mount Longhu, a group of people were shouting that one shouldn't be too high profile. Chapter 582. Mount Kunlun was surrounded by verdant mountains. White mist rose in spirals, and propitious qi rose in spirals. Yuchi Kong didn't say a word. He had been in Kunlun for the past 2 days and was in a terrible mood. He had watched the battle in the outer realms, and the final outcome had left him silent for a long time. At this moment, he had a knot in his heart. Not only was the fake Chu Feng still alive, but his momentum was also astonishing. He had officially risen to power. Chu Feng hadn't even been affected by the attack of a heaven illuminator. This made Yuchi Kong frown deeply as he felt that there was something wrong with his various judgments. Chu Feng had slaughtered a saint, and his power was extraordinary. Not far from Yuchi Kong, the Earth's true one was glowing from head to toe. That was the innocuous divine physique operating his breathing technique, breathing in and out the energy between heaven and earth. His aura was extremely terrifying. No matter. Chu Feng is very strong, but he's already been hated by all races. Such a person won't live long. I have a feeling that the deity race and the netherworld race won't let him live. Who is the true one? Who is the fake one? Who is the true dragon? And who is the flood dragon? The truth will come to light, Yuchi Kong said. Then he frowned. Even he himself felt that he was a bit paranoid. However, he had no other choice. As Zhou Shang's Tao protector, he hoped that he would truly rise to power and become domineering and invincible. Their fates were already linked. He had bet his life on Zhou Shang. Chu Feng's group was celebrating at Mount Longhu. There were his parents, the great demons of Kunlun, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the old donkey. It was very lively. Recently, we've either been evolving or fighting. We've been facing bleeding mountains and rivers all day. You have to know that we're modern people, but now we're almost becoming savages. The Black Yak suggested going to the city and drinking together. It was more festive than in the mountains. The group was speechless. This old ox had the nerve to call himself a modern person. If it weren't for the sudden changes in the world, this fellow might still be gnawing on grass on the Tibetan plateau. Of course, Chu Feng knew that this old ox had long since become a spirit. He was already very special when they first met at Mount Kunlun. Go, 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 shouted Ouyang Feng. Before he went to Mount Eternal in the past, he had been brought along by the big black yak and the Manchurian tiger to enjoy a life of debauchery and debauchery. A group of people majestically left Mount Longhu and rushed toward Hongqing. Since they were all in the Jiangxi region, with their speed, it was too easy. Of course, Chu Feng's parents, the old lama, the old grandmaster Wu Qifeng, and the others did not go. In their words, they were not used to the pace of young people. Along the way, when a bunch of demons broke the sonic barrier and hurried on their way, they caused quite a lot of noises like a bunch of bombers flying close to the ground. The noise was deafening. In Hongqiang, high-rise buildings stood in great numbers. Skyscrapers lined up one after another, neon lights flashed at night, and the commercial streets were incomparably prosperous. The atmosphere of modern life was too strong. For a moment, Chu Feng was a bit absent-minded. Thinking back to what he had experienced in the past year, it was like a dream. The world had suddenly changed, and the entire world was different. He had actually walked this path. He sighed. No matter how complicated his feelings were, it was impossible for him to go back to the past. Just like now, the city was very lively at night. There were red lights and debauchery, and people surged on streets. But outside the city, there were huge mountains, howling beasts, and vicious birds like winged dragons spreading their wings to cover the sky. Even ordinary people had adapted to this kind of environment. Hey, brother, what's wrong? The Manchurian tiger touched Chu Feng's right shoulder with his shoulder and revealed an astonished expression. Life is confusing. After experiencing such a great battle, I suddenly feel very empty. The entire world has become quiet, and I lack the motivation to move forward. So much so that I hate the path of evolution, replied Chu Feng subconsciously. The big black yak curled his lips in disdain and said, "This is a typical side effect of climbing a high peak. It's like climbing a high peak and feeling the joy of success after reaching the top. After looking into the distance, you've lost your goal and are temporarily at a loss. To put it bluntly, this is called ASD. If I throw you into the depths of the cosmos, the hell they speak of, and you'll be chased by hellish ants and black dragons, let's see if you'll still be at a loss. I guarantee you'll have to fight with all your might to ensure your survival." Chu Feng nodded and said, "That makes sense. I'm just temporarily absent-minded. That's all." Then he thought of Yao Yao and Linoi. They had all entered the depths of the cosmos. The world was so big, and there were many wonderful things on the other side of the starry sky. He also wanted to go and take a look. "I want to leave this world," said Chu Feng suddenly. Then he suddenly felt the urge to move immediately. The Manchurian tiger said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you dare to enter the depths of the cosmos now? You'll be chopped up at any moment. I believe the deity race, Shilin clan, and countless other enemies are waiting for you to leave." Half an hour later, a group of people had reserved the place. All kinds of fine wine were brought up, and they began to drink to their heart content. At this moment, apart from Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and Zhou Quan, there were also great demons of Kunlun, Zilwan, Yuan Mo, and Zhao Qing. Zilwan was in charge of pouring wine for Chu Feng. The old donkeys and Ouyang Feng's eyes lit up as they drank and shouted that they also wanted to subdue a saintess as a maid. Zilwan heard this, and her high heels clattered as she rolled her eyes at them. At this moment, Chu Feng began to use the photon computer to contact those people in the starry sky. He officially began to sell the divine sons and saintesses. He had already informed those families to prepare a ransom. The starry sky was destined to be restless that night. Over 200 divine sons and saintesses were going to be sold at once. This was simply earth-shattering. However, things didn't go smoothly at first. Some people came knocking on Chu Feng's door as soon as he logged into the Origin Beast platform with his gold account. They were extremely powerful. "Chu Feng, do you know that what you're doing is going against the grain? How can the deity race and the netherworld race take this line down? They must get rid of you. Now, you're even selling divine sons and saintesses in such a high-profile manner. This is simply a provocation and a challenge. Listen to me. Today, release all the divine sons and saintesses. Then, all the races will thank you for your kindness." This was considered polite, and their words weren't bad. For example, there was a race that directly threatened Chu Feng to release the people as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be a fatal disaster. "Are you sure you're threatening me?" Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance and let Ziluan pour some wine. He drank the amber wine in one gulp and said with a murderous aura, "Do you want the divine sons of your families to lose their lives?" Then he raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes, I understand. You guys don't want to save the divine sons of your families and have already given up. You can't put down your pride either. You're forcing me to kill him. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I guarantee I'll chop off his head." Then Chu Feng sneered and stared at some of the more powerful families. "And you guys, you don't want your divine sons and saintesses to live either, right? Just say it. Chop them up," shouted Ouyang Feng. He was drunk and clamoring about eating the extraterrestrial divine son's feast. Then a crocodile dragon was killed. This was a divine son who had revealed his true form. He was bravely fried by a group of people and made into a crocodile dragon feast. Puffed. In the starry skies, a middle-aged man from the crocodile dragon family coughed up blood. He felt that the deity race and the netherworld race would have destroyed the earth if not for the Sage Master's appearance. Now, the two races should be filled with boundless anger. He wanted to use this to pressure Chu Feng, but in the end, that native didn't care at all. When the races in the starry skies saw that Chu Feng and the Black Yak wanted to chop people up, the faces of the other powerful families immediately turned green. They shouted on the spot that they were willing to pay the ransom. Everything went too smoothly after that. The other sects and families pinched their noses and endured, obediently agreeing to Chu Feng's conditions. "We've struck it rich. The average price is 12 billion cosmic dollars. These divine sons and saintesses are really valuable. Fortunately, there are no people from the White Tiger family among them. Otherwise, I'd really be hesitant about whether to sell them or not." The Manchurian tiger's face was full of excitement. That night, the group of people was very excited. This was especially true for the Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, and Ouyang Feng. It was their first time participating in such an auction, so they felt very refreshed. After careful accounting, over 200 divine sons and saintesses. How shocking of a fortune was this? This made many of the great sects in the starry skies jealous. At this moment, the group of great demons from Kunlun were also participants. Their eyes were fixed on selling divine sons and saintesses. This kind of experience was too strange, but it was also very carefree. I don't want cosmic dollars. This was Chu Feng's insistence. He expressed his worry that his account would be jointly frozen by the deity race and the netherworld race. Those two races were too powerful. 7 divine sons, or 6 saintesses in exchange for 6 paths of reincarnation pill. Chu Feng requested. Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the old donkey all nodded in approval. 6 paths of reincarnation pill was worth 80 billion cosmic dollars in the cosmos black market. After careful calculation, so many divine sons and saintesses could only be exchanged for over 30 great pills. Sigh, it looks like the wealth is astonishing and there are many captives, but these divine sons and saintesses are really regretful when they are needed. Such a large group of people can only be exchanged for over 30 pills? You guys are too cheap. Damn, many divine sons and saintesses wanted a curse after hearing this. What kind of pill was that? It was priceless even to a golden arhut and could be exchanged for a life. In a sense, 6 paths of reincarnation pill was worth a golden arhut's life. That night, many great races in the starry skies wanted to vomit blood and gnash their teeth in hatred. In fact, many golden arhut level evolvers had never seen a 6 paths of reincarnation pill in their entire lives because it was too expensive and they couldn't afford to use it. Now, a small cultivator was actually frantically collecting 6 paths of reincarnation pills. It could be said that this night, Chu Feng had become a thorn in the side of golden arhut level evolvers. In the end, your strength is still too low. If your realms were higher, why would I sell them so cheaply? Chu Feng was slightly tipsy as he scolded the group of divine sons and saintesses. This made everyone grind their teeth. These people had been released. Not only were they sealed, but they were also tied up in several large strings. They were swaying left and right, and the club's garden was filled with them. Ziluan was unwilling. She was asked by Chu Feng to massage his shoulders, but when she saw the fate of the divine sons and saintesses all over the ground, she felt more or less at ease. The great demoness Zhao Qing took over Ziluan's place and poured wine for Chu Feng. This made the Manchurian tiger, the black yak, and the others jealous and hateful. They separately declared that they must capture the white tiger race's saintess and the ox race's fairy next time. At this moment, in the starry skies, the deity race, the netherworld race, the Shilin race, the spirit race, and the machine race were all in a storm. Oh right, the deity race's young god is still here. Do his clansmen still want him? Should we kill him silently or imprison him like this? The black yak muttered. Following the principle of keeping a low profile, they didn't want to anger the deity race. However, the deity race took the initiative to contact them and asked to let Luo Yi leave. Chu Feng was furious. He threw his wine cup and said, "God damn it, why? I've already killed a saint and won't rest until one of us is dead. Why are you still acting so tyrannical and arrogant in front of me? 100 drops of deity elixir, not 1 drop less. Give it to me in exchange for Luo Yi. Otherwise, just wait to collect his corpse." No one had expected that Chu Feng would explode at the critical moment. He was infuriated and would fight to the death with the deity race. In reality, the entire deity race wanted nothing more than to tear Chu Feng to pieces. Everything was because of him. All the humiliation and defeats started from Chu Feng's attack, which led to a series of subsequent events. However, Luo Yi was the descendant of a major character. Their bloodline held great authority in the race, so they didn't want to see Luo Yi die. However, 100 drops of deity elixir was clearly too excessive. The race couldn't agree because they didn't have an abundance of this kind of resource even within their ranks. They almost never sold it. Even if they divided up the direct descendants, they wouldn't have enough. 10 drops of deity elixir. The deity race compromised and contacted Chu Feng in private. Scram! Chu Feng was drunk and immediately refused in a domineering manner. 20 drops of deity elixir. At this moment, the black yak, toad, and the others were also drunk. After hearing this, they said in unison, Scram! Motherf asterisk cur. The deity race was about to explode internally. They really couldn't stand this kind of ruffian demon race creature's crude words. 30 drops of deity elixir. In the end, someone braced himself and raised the price again. At this moment, the group of great demons from Kunlun was also drunk. After hearing this, they shouted in unison, Scram! I'll slaughter all of you. Many people from the deity race were furious and shouted to kill them one after another. My bitter great-grandson, I, your ancestor, will never let you die. At this moment, an old woman from the deity race burst into tears. In the end, the group became listless because the newcomer's background was too great. Following which, the old woman's eyes flickered with cold light as she said, 50 drops of deity elixir. We won't agree to one more drop. This is our bottom line. At this moment, Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle Toad, the old donkey, Zhou Quan, and the group of great demons from Kunlun were all drunk. Chu Feng opened his mouth and was about to tell them to scram again. Behind him, Zi Luan, who was massaging his shoulders, quickly pinched him with all her might. Meanwhile, the great demoness Zhao Qing, who was massaging Chu Feng's legs, pinched his soft flesh with all her might to remind him in time. Chu Feng immediately woke up with a start. He was shocked. How could a young god from the deity race be so valuable? The value of a single person was higher than that of a large group of divine sons and saintesses. It was too outrageous. He hurriedly swallowed the word scram that had slid to the corner of his mouth. Moreover, he used a secret technique to seal the mouths of the group of people like Old Black, Toad, and the others. He nodded in agreement and said, Deal. That was because he knew that he had profited greatly. It had completely exceeded his imagination. In the end, the group of people was awakened by Chu Feng. After understanding what was going on, they were all overjoyed and incomparably excited. Chu Feng reminded them in all seriousness, low-key, don't be so happy. Everyone on the Origin Beast platform knows that we're selling people in a low-key manner tonight. How can you guys behave like this? In the cosmos, who knew how many people were cursing and looking down on them? What if Asterisk King low-key? They were going to scam the deity race, yet they still had the nerve to be so modest? A silver-haired Lolita from the quasi-immortal race was rolling all over the ground. Then, she cried out excitedly, Wow, this is too interesting. The deity race took out so much deity elixir all at once. Even I'm jealous. Brother, Ingwudi, let's go rob that human trafficker. Sister, Ingzhishian, why don't you come with me to seduce that guy? It's 50 drops of deity elixir and over 36 path reincarnation pills. If we really snatch them, we'll be rich. Boom, boom. She was hit on the head by 2 people at the same time. You guys said it yourself that you wanted to go to Earth to take a look. Why did you hit me? I want to run away from home and seek shelter with Chu Feng. When the time comes, we'll join forces with him to rob you too. What nonsense are you spouting? That night on Earth, Chu Feng and the others were incomparably happy and excited. Meanwhile, there was a clamor in the cosmos' starry sky. Chapter 583. Chu Feng pondered and set a price for Luo Miaoxiang. He immediately asked for a 6-path reincarnation pill, which was worth 80 billion cosmic dollars. On the other side, the damning Pure Land descendant Qin Luoyin, one of the top 10 young experts in the universe, stared at Chu Feng through the photon computer. She didn't accept these conditions and told Chu Feng clearly that no one could blackmail her. Chu Feng sighed. Beauty, you're truly heartless. You won't even save your own cousin. I'll save her, but I won't accept blackmail. Qin Luoyin replied calmly. At this moment, she was still on Earth. She wore a colorful dress and a multicolored mask, exuding a mysterious sense of beauty. Then, she issued a challenge to Chu Feng, saying, "I'll fight you in 3 days." Chu Feng was startled. He then flatly refused and told Qin Luoyin to give her a 6-path reincarnation pill first. There was nothing to discuss. Qin Luoyin's tone was firm. She still wanted to fight Chu Feng. She was incomparably confident and wanted to defeat Chu Feng while saving her distant cousin at the same time. Chu Feng laughed. "I'm actually quite willing to fight you. You're one of the top 10 young experts in the universe, and you're also a beauty rank number 6. Without a doubt, you're too valuable. If I capture you by accident, I'll be able to sell you for a shocking price." Qin Luoyin's expression immediately turned dark. What kind of words were these? How preposterous. He was too disgraceful. This fellow was treating her as prey and a meal on his plate. But she was confident and wasn't afraid that this person wouldn't fight. She was afraid that he would refuse. However, Chu Feng's following words caused her to frown. "I'm a person of principle. This is a different matter. Right now, I just want to sell your cousin. There's no need to discuss anything else." Then, he decisively ended the call. Next, there was a very eye-catching message on the Origin Beast platform informing all parties. This was issued by Chu Feng using his golden account authority. Qin Luoyin's cousin has a starting price of 20 billion cosmic dollars. The auction will begin now, and the highest bidder wins. Most importantly, there was a note at the back stating that Luo Miaoxiang and Qin Luoyin were 70% similar in appearance, 80% similar in figure, and 90% similar in personality. The Origin Beast grade platform instantly exploded. "Oh my, this fellow is too evil. He's clearly selling Luo Miaoxiang, but he's actually selling Fairy Qin Luoyin." Someone discovered the nature of the problem and couldn't help but cry out. Those remarks are clearly declaring that Luo Miaoxiang can be used as a substitute for that fairy from Damning Pure Land. This will cause a group of devils to have evil thoughts. Qin Luoyin was incomparably popular in the starry skies. There was no doubt that she was a holy goddess in many people's hearts. No matter where she went, she would be the center of attention. She was like the moon that was surrounded by stars. She was definitely the center of attention. However, no one dared to profane her, and no one dared to disrespect her. The Damning Pure Land was incomparably powerful and aloof. Who would dare lay their hands on the saintess of this orthodoxy? However, now that Chu Feng had introduced such a similar woman, it was certain to arouse the interest of a large number of people. A blood-related cousin who is astonishingly similar in all aspects. This will definitely lead to endless associations. That human trafficker on Earth is too evil. Many people were discussing spiritedly, causing a huge uproar. Who was Qin Luoyin? She had a noble status. Whether it was her own orthodoxy or herself, her status was extremely high. Now that someone was shouting that Luo Miaoxiang was very similar to her, her beautiful eyes immediately shot out a blazing radiance. "This demon is too disgraceful. He actually profaned my junior sister like this. Our Damning Pure Land will never let him off." The people around Qin Luoyin were the first to protest. They were incomparably shocked and felt that Chu Feng was too arrogant to actually do such a thing. According to their understanding, Qin Luoyin and Luo Miaoxiang were completely different in appearance and character. There was simply no way to compare them. In the end, this demon was spreading rumors and stirring up trouble. The special guest of the Origin Beast platform, Grandpa Luo, was so angry that even his beard was curling up. He said furiously, "I'm so angry. I've already paid the protection fee, yet you're still selling my granddaughter like this. This old man will fight it out with you." In truth, after Chu Feng had announced the auction, the effects were extraordinarily good because of that special note. Even a group of old monsters jumped out and contacted him one after another. Chu Feng sighed. "You bunch of shameless old men. If this were on Earth, all of you would be sentenced to death with a reprieve." An old man immediately didn't like what he heard. "Little thief, you have a nerve to talk about others. You're clearly a notorious human trafficker. What are you pretending to be? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. In the end, he put on a righteous expression and said in all seriousness, I'm a transferer of divine sons and saintesses with a sense of justice. Calling me a human trafficker is slander and blasphemy. At this moment, countless people in the starry skies were looking down on him. They rolled their eyes at him and cursed silently. He was about to become the most flamboyant human trafficker, yet he was still beautifying himself like this. His skin was too thick. Normally, who would dare lay their hands on divine sons and saintesses? They're all very careful and afraid of being exposed. Only this demon King Chu is the only one in the entire cosmos who dares to sell people in such an ostentatious manner. He's even afraid that the whole world won't know about him. Someone sighed. Cut the crap. Ladies, beauties, fellow countrymen, ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Everyone start bidding. Chu Feng's random address made people roll their eyes. What kind of nonsense was this? Stop. In the end, the damning Pure Land's descendant Qin Luoyin couldn't hold back and asked Chu Feng to stop. She was willing to give him a 6-path reincarnation pill as a compromise. Early in the morning, Chu Feng and the others returned to Mount Longhu and received the damning Pure Land's ransom, a dazzling golden divine pill. After that, Luo Miaoxiang was released. Then, before the damning Pure Land's people left, they told Chu Feng that they would fight to the death in front of Mount Kunlun 3 days later. This was Qin Luoyin's letter of challenge. She wanted to fight Chu Feng. TSK, a daydreaming girl. Do you think I'm afraid of her? Last time, she targeted me for no reason. The damning Pure Land originally sent me a golden invitation, but in the end, the Qin girl actually refused to let me enter and declared my invitation invalid. Is she afraid I'll be chosen as her Tao companion? This time, I'll take care of her. Go back and tell that daydreaming girl that I won't sell her after I capture her. I'll take her in as a maid. Chu Feng replied drunkenly. He was really drunk. That was because he, the Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, and the others had drunk for an entire night and only returned to Mount Longhu early in the morning. All of them had hazy eyes and a strong smell of alcohol. Only heaven knew how much they had drunk. The damning Pure Land girl in charge of delivering the 6 paths of reincarnation pill was furious, but she could only endure and didn't dare contradict him. That was because she knew very well that this was a saint-slaying existence. Even the damning Pure Land's goddess Qin Luoyin couldn't say for sure that she could win. Doubtlessly, this news spread through the starry skies immediately and stirred up waves that continued to ferment. Almost everyone knew about it at noon. Oh my, Fairy Qin, don't fight him. This guy can kill saints, he's a freak. Don't fight him to the death. If you get captured by him, it'll be unimaginable. Goddess, I know you're the most beautiful Fairy Qin in my heart. Although I know you're extremely talented, it's too risky to fight that demon. Goddess, you have to think twice. The starry skies were in an uproar. Qin Luoyin's popularity was too high. Who knew how many people were worried for her? Even though they knew that her talents were exceptional and her strength was terrifying, they were still worried for her. That was because her admirers felt that it wasn't safe even if there was a slight chance of losing. In the current universe, Qin Luoyin was one of the most charming women. Her strength and beauty were both outstanding, and she was ranked in the top 10. As such, this matter attracted the attention of countless people. Hey, let me tell you, Qin Luoyin isn't for sale. Don't even think about her. Chu Feng wagged a finger. These were his drunken words. This demon is too evil. But I'm really jealous and envious, because I have a feeling that this bastard will really succeed. In terms of strength, Fairy Qin's cultivation is unimaginably high, especially since she can enter other people's dreams to kill them. She's invincible and has never been defeated. Some people say that she can suppress saints in a battle of the same level. But why am I still worried for her? I think it's all because this demon king, Chu Feng, has never suffered a great loss. He always laughs until the end. A series of major events had just happened on this ancient land. It could be said that the whole world was watching. Now that there was such a decisive battle, the news naturally spread very quickly. One day later, news came that the strongest descendant of the quasi-immortal race, Ingwudi, had appeared and descended on Earth. Ah, Ingzhishian has also come. She's the third most beautiful woman in the universe. She actually rushed here. Many people cried out in surprise. The heavenly eye from the outer realms had captured the siblings' figures. Wah! I've finally come to Earth. Apart from this, there was also a silver-haired little Lolita rolling on the grass. She then shouted, Chu Feng, where are you? I want to seek refuge with you. We'll suppress Ingwudi together and capture the beauty Ingzhishian together. Then, tragedy struck her again. 2 large bumps appeared on her fair and beautiful forehead. They were caused by her brother and sister. She pouted and her eyes were filled with tears. You two wait. Wait for me to join hands with the human traffickers. I guarantee that I'll suppress you too. I'll sell one and order the other around. Bang! Bang! Ah, it hurts. You're bullying me. On the same day, the origin demon race of the 10 Greats also descended. The leader was actually the race's crown prince. His origins were ridiculously great. Then, the number 1 expert of the Tao race also arrived. He was a typical Tao, bone, immortal body. His whole body was filled with immortal qi, and there were cries of Tao coming from his body as he appeared on Earth. This caused a sensation in all directions. That was because, in many eras, the number 1 descendant of the Tao race had a high probability of obtaining the title of number 1 in the universe's younger generation. Then, the Buddhist race's descendant also arrived. A divine halo was shrouded behind his head, and his whole body was shining. He descended on Earth with a golden body of 6 meters. He was also the most powerful competitor for number 1 in the universe's younger generation. He even suppressed the Tao race on many occasions. Then, there was news that the number 1 descendant of the deity race had appeared on Earth. The so-called young god Luo, he was only one of the few seeded contestants of the race. He wasn't the strongest, and he hadn't entered the top 10 experts of the universe's younger generation. Hey, have you heard the news? It said that the number 1 beauty under the starry skies might also rush over. Is this true? In just one day, all kinds of news were flying everywhere. Without a doubt, the most dazzling group of people in the universe now, who could be called the future overlords of the universe, were all incomparably interested in Earth. Traces of them appeared one after another. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.